beginning of chess history at least, will be made. He is the challenger from Russia, Jan Nepomniachtchi. The world champion from Norway, Magnus Carlsen.
Champion Magnus Carlsen with the black pieces in the first round, and Nepomniachtchi with the white pieces in the first round.
And there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. As we've seen, Jan will have white, Magnus will have black. The games will begin in 2 days.
Hello everyone, I'm Grandmaster Alejandro Ramirez here to bring you the recap of Game 4 of the 2021 World Chess Championship between Magnus Carlsen and Jan Nepomniachtchi. Birthday boy Magnus Carlsen tried to probe his opponent a little bit with the white pieces. Let's see how the challenger defended. Let's jump in the action. The game started off with the move e4, and like last match, Magnus Carlsen tries to probe his opponent in different openings, of course. He started with d4 on game 1, which was responded with a very solid Catalan defense. And in this case, Jan Nepomniachtchi also brings an extremely solid defense to the match. He repeats Fabiano Caruana's favorite Petrov defense with the moves e4, e5, knight f3, knight f6, also known as the Russian defense, one of the most solid systems that Black can employ against the king's pawn. Also interesting to see the fact that Magnus Carlsen's team had a full match in 2018 to be able to prepare against this, was unable to find anything, and now Nepo uses it as his own weapon. Knight takes e5 was employed in this case, d6, knight f3, and we very quickly went for a very topical variation, d4, d5, and bishop d3. Black has essayed two ways of playing in this position lately. The very quick bishop e7 followed by bishop f5, and what Nepo chose in his game. The move bishop d6 has become the main line of the Petrov in the last few months, and it's no surprise that Jan Nepomniachtchi's team has looked at it extensively. Quickly came the moves castle, castle, c4, c6, rook e1, and bishop f5. This is a very solid position for Black, and White only has a few moves to try to prove any kind of advantage. Most of White's attempts look at attacking this, let's say, overexposed knight on e4, or to quickly hit this pawn on b3 with the moves queen b3 and queen takes b7. Therefore, the two main lines are queen b3 and queen c2. Magnus chooses the first, the move queen b3, which has been seen very, very commonly in this position. Now, for a very long time, it was thought that the move knight a6 was actually the only move to play here. And it was considered to be slightly dubious for the Black pieces, even though still perfectly playable. It's just that in recent developments with stronger engines, Black has been able to equalize a little bit easier with the move played in the game. Queen b3 was met with the move queen d7. Definitely not as common as knight a6, but if you see the latest games in this variation, they're all playing queen d7. All of the top players are. After queen d7, really White has only one idea, the move knight c3. Of course, the pawn on d5 is absolutely poisoned. You cannot take on d5, take on d5, and queen takes d5. Because of the common trick, bishop takes h2 check, with a discovered attack on this queen on d5. Therefore, after queen d7, knight c3 has become the most popular option. And now White has many threats. You're taking on e4 twice, which is only not defended enough. You're also threatening to take on d5 in this position, which is forcing the reaction by Black. Knight takes e3 is considered to be forced. Bishop takes f5. Queen takes f5. And this is an interesting crossroads. Old engines back, let's say 10 years ago, thought that this was a bad position for the Black pieces. They weren't able to see with appropriate depth what the evaluation of this position was. because they thought that after queen takes b7, knight e4, queen takes a8, white was able to obtain an advantage. And if you can see this position, black is down a significant amount of material. He's down an exchange and a pawn, and it seems that the compensation might not be enough. The only way to really emphasize the problem of white, which is this queen being stuck in the corner, is by playing the move queen d7. But for a while it was thought that after pawn takes d5, pawn takes d5, rook takes e4, white was able to gain the advantage. However, lately it's been revealed that after the move knight c6, queen takes f8 check, there's no other good move, the queen is absolutely trapped in the corner. King takes f8, rook e2. The black actually, despite still being down material, if you counted, the queen is fighting against 2 rooks and an extra pawn on the queen side, that despite this material imbalance favoring white, that black has plenty of compensation with both the moves f6, preparing the move g5, and even some engines that suggest the move g5 immediately, a little bit of a crazy move, but perhaps not so easy to refute. However, f6 is also quite good, and in this kind of positions, black is supposed to have enough compensation. The idea of expanding on the king side with the moves g5, g4 before white can coordinate his forces on the queen side and on the king side has proven to give black sufficient compensation for equality. Magnus was not interested in testing this kind of variations, instead going for the modern main line of simply taking the knight back on c3. This again forces black's reaction. The only move in this position is b6. Unfortunately for black, if you were to return with the queen on d7, then this structure, after pawn takes, is considered to be quite inferior, but also you have to watch out for moves like c5, after which the bishop simply doesn't have a good retreat. You could go to c7, there's still this trick of queen takes b7, bishop takes h2, but you don't really want to stick the bishop on c7 in the long term, and the knight on a6, where it has to go, might become stranded. Instead, after this, the move b6 is played almost exclusively. C takes d5 is also an exclusive move in this position. C takes, and the clever move queen b5 has been the subject of many games in the recent past. Some strong grandmasters have tried to prove an advantage in this position for white. The idea, c4 is a threat, taking advantage of the pin on the 5th rank, and also the queen is quite annoying. It's not allowing black to develop freely with the move knight c6. Of course, the queen keeps the pressure on the b6 pawn, so it cannot be kicked out easily with the move a6. So queen d7 has become the main line, a4 has been played almost exclusively, and in the few games that have been played in this position, they almost always go queen takes b5, a takes b5, and the move a5. Now this endgame has been analyzed quite extensively, and even though b takes a6 seems to be almost forced, after all, why give black an extra outside passed pawn? Magnus comes up with a different idea. He realizes that playing en passant is not forced, despite what the internet would have you believe, and instead comes up with a completely different idea. After a5, he plays this cool move knight h4. Again, for a 3rd time in this match, Magnus plays a knight to the rim, not really considered top move by the engine at the beginning, trying to surprise his opponent or at least trying to breathe new life into this position. However, Jan replies perfectly. He cannot allow this knight to jump to the f5 square, where it will be harassing this bishop that doesn't have too many good squares. The bishop must stay on the d6 square. For this reason, g6 is played. And quickly, Magnus still blitzed out his opening preparation with the move g4. The idea that, first of all, you're not allowing breaks of f5 or h5, but more importantly, after the move knight d7, the knight retreats to g2, ready to exchange this bishop on f4, on d6, with bishop f4, which guarantees that the knight remaneuvers either to e3 or to f4 to attack the isolated pawn on d5. And here you see another idea of the move g4. The knight would like to comfortably stick itself on f6 to maintain control over the d5 square, but in this case, you're always going to be faced with the move g5, kicking him out of that square, and again, renewing this threat on the central pawn. Rook fc8 was played, and I think this was a clever move by Jan Nepomniachtchi. Knight f6 could still be played, and it's actually the top move of the engine, but I like the dynamic situation that Jan puts himself in after the move rook fc8. This was the first slight pause of the game by Magnus-Carlsen, but after only a few minutes think, he found the best move. It's unclear if he was still in preparation or if he was still trying to find moves by himself. But after bishop f4, black thought for a little bit, realized that there is no real choice, must take on f4, knight takes f4, and the sequence is forced. Again, you cannot reinforce the pawn on d5 with knight f6 because g5 simply kicks you out. So you have to go for it. Rook takes d3, knight takes d5, rook d3, and it's a good time to take stock. Despite the fact that white is very active with a rook on a1 already defending against the passed pawn, a centralized knight on d5, and the possibility of entering black's position with the move rook e7, not to mention that this knight on d5 is attacking the weakness on b6, it's very difficult to prove an advantage, and I think Jan did a wonderful job of assessing this particular endgame. After rook e7, which is the only way to try for an advantage, of course you don't want to fall for the cheapo of rook d8, rook takes, knight f6 check, with a fork here on the rook and the knight. The knight must retreat, and Magnus again thought for a very long time in this position. He has the aggressive idea of knight f6 check, making that king uncomfortable on that square, or taking on b6. But unfortunately for him, the move knight takes b6 just does not lead to an advantage, and indeed there will be many endgames in which playing the move g4 actually becomes a problem, because once black takes on d4, he is threatening to take on g4 with check. So the move rook b8 ends up equalizing. Magnus was unable to find an advantage and instead goes to the other side of the board. Knight f6 check, king g7, knight e8 check, king g8, and of course here white has the option of repeating with knight f6, immediately ending the game with a draw, but Magnus wanted to probe a little bit further. Pushes the pawn to d5, trying to get this guy all the way at the edge of the board. And of course, a powerful passed pawn that's already slightly locked up by the rook on d3. Of course, you cannot take it immediately because of the fork, but the pawn isn't really going anywhere. You could play d6 on the next move, but advancing it all the way to d7 is going to take some time, and it's going to be tactically difficult to execute. Meanwhile, Jan says, you have a passed pawn, I have a passed pawn. Let's go. a4, threatening to push the pawn simply to a2, rook b3, rook b1. Now white is on a timer. If you don't create a threat on time, I'm just going to push myself all the way down to the second rank and create real threats with the black pieces. Knight f6 check was played. The king returns to g7 and g5, creating a sort of noose around the black king. You can imagine that if white is given the time to play rook c1, rook c7, this is going to become a real checkmating threat. But Jan is not going to give that kind of time to anybody, much less Magnus Carlsen in the World Championship. a3 is played, and immediately white needs to figure out a way to deal with this pawn. You could play the move rook c1, but after a2, rook c7, which threatens checkmate in 2, with rook takes f7, king h8, rook takes h7, it's met simply with a1 equals queen check. Importantly, you don't have time as white to execute your attack. And even though rook c1 might lead to a very pretty draw, after a2, rook takes f7 check, king takes f7, rook c7 check, knight d7, and a very, very pretty perpetual. Knight d7, of course, the only move. Rook takes, king f8, knight h7, king e8, and a repetition of moves like this. Magnus decided to immediately kill the game with the move a3, knight e8 check. There's no real reason to go to h8 and weaken your f7 pawn. Black has no real winning chances. And after king g8, knight f6 check, king g7, Magnus simply forced the repetition. After knight f6 check, Jan stopped the clock, called over the arbiter, indicated his intention to play king g7, which is the correct way of claiming a threefold repetition, and the game ended in a draw. Certainly a slight probe here by Team Magnus, having an idea against the Petrov defense, but not good enough. Jan was able to resiliently find dynamic equality, and he did a wonderful job of understanding the position. The Petrov returns to the World Championship scenario after making a good appearance in the match between Magnus Carlsen and Fabiano Caruana. It's going to be Team Magnus's new nightmare yet again to find something attractive against this extremely solid opening.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the fifth game of the World Championship match between the reigning world champion Magnus Carlsen from Norway and the challenger Jan Nepomniachtchi from Russia. I am a Grandmaster Anand Muzychuk here with five-time world champion Viswanathan Anand, and we are looking forward to the start of the game. Right now we are in Dubai Exhibition Center. It's a wonderful place to be and a great location for the match. Actually, the playing hall is just dozens of meters away from us. Vishi, could you please summarize shortly the outcome of the first four games, which actually ended in a draw, and what can you expect from today's game?
Well, I think the nicest thing is that both of them seem to be well prepared, and both are playing at a high level. No big mistakes. If at all they're making mistakes, it's because they're pushing too hard or taking risks. And it's a tense match. So far, all we have seen is the beginnings of their preparation. And Jan can choose to try another sideline, a different one, or he can choose to repeat. But so far, White has not managed to land a killer blow. They both seem very comfortable. The good thing is the match is still tied, so everything to fight for.
Yeah, both of the players, they are showing excellent opening preparation. Actually, yesterday at the press conference, Jan Nepomniachtchi said something that up to the very end, it could actually be everything written on his notes. So the preparation is very deep. We don't know if Jan today, who is playing with white pieces, will he continue with e4 and find something in the martial or anti-martial direction, or will he actually try to opt for some closer lines, which are after d4, c4, or knight of 3?
Yes, he could play anything, and this would be a good moment to start if he wanted to probe in other areas as well. But so far, Jan has been sticking to e4. So perhaps the bulk of his work is there, and that's what he will continue to try on. But I think both of them also, they try to put pressure without taking insane risks. I don't think the time for that has arrived yet. So healthy aggression, but not too much aggression there.
Game 2 was a bit risky, where Magnus tried the new idea in the Catalan with knight e5, and actually the position was quite unbalanced. And he actually, I think, took some risks. Didn't he overdo that a bit?
It could have backfired, but perhaps at a high level. And also, it opened up a kind of position that was very interesting. I personally feel that this line where he could have been better was b takes a4 and with the rook on b8, all that is more appealing to a computer. To me, it looks still unpleasant to players back. So I would say at a practical level, the advantage is not as big. We're not computers, so the advantage is not that big. But definitely, it was a chance for Jan to put a lot of pressure on Magnus.
Yeah, some moments the engines, they gave quite a high evaluation for black, so they really preferred black. But then in the end, we even tried to find some ideas for white. And in the end, Magnus was pressing, so that was a really crazy and very intense game. Let's see what will happen in this game. Here we have the view from the playing hall. We can see that spectators, they already taken their places, and we can see that we also have honorable guests who will make the first moves of the match, and also, of course, many photographers. Do you think that this period, like before the start of the game, when many people are taking photos, where the whole world is literally watching you, is it more stressful than the period when you actually start the game and after a couple of moves are made?
It comes with the territory. I mean, if you want to play this match, then you'll have to get used to it. Of course, you're waiting for them all to leave so that you can concentrate on the game because you're already quite tense. But that's just life. You have first 5 minutes they're going to be there. If you like, you can always let your clock run and think a little bit. So.
I think that some players even do that.
Yes, you can just sit there and think till the 5 minutes runs out, and then the arbiter comes and asks them all to leave, and then you can get on with the game.
Yeah, the photographers, they usually have only 5 minutes, first 5 minutes to take the photos, and then everybody has to leave because the players, they have to be fully focused on the game. And we can see quite many of the spectators, the viewers on the white seats, it's a VIP area, so, and also many viewers in the playing hall sitting on the red seats, and the game is about to start.
Yes, the players haven't arrived yet, or maybe they're sitting in their cabins waiting for Maurice to appear, and then he'll make the introductions, and then everything will start. Again, I think if you're a player, this was always the moment that when the announcer is about to start announcing, you feel, oh, it's time to get ready. These sort of cues are how it goes, but let's see.
Yeah, during the first 4 games, every day, Maurice Ashley, he introduced the players, and it was like, okay, now let's welcome the world champion Magnus Carlsen and the challenger Jan Nepomniachtchi. So it gives kind of a feeling that it's not a chess match, but maybe a bit of a boxing match.
Well, he's trying to convey the aggression that the players actually feel, and he does it quite dramatically, I think. I remember he's been doing this for many, many years, and he likes to celebrate the occasion of 2 chess players starting a game. So.
Yeah, and also the way he's representing the players. I can actually see Maurice coming, so I think soon the announcement will come. And also
Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I'm Maurice Ashley, and it is my distinct pleasure to welcome you to Game 5 of the FIDE World Championship Dubai 2021. The match is tied after 4 fighting draws at 2 points apiece. We expect to see an amazing game today here at the Dubai Exhibition Center at Expo Dubai 2020. Let's introduce the players. Playing with the white pieces, the challenger from Russia, Jan Nepomniachtchi. And with the black pieces, from Norway, world champion Magnus Carlsen. The head organizer of this event, from FIDE, the president of FIDE, Arkady Dvorkovich. And with us, a special guest, the Minister of Tolerance and Coexistence and Commissioner General of Expo Dubai 2020, Sheikh Nahyan bin Mubarak Al Nahyan. Today is a special occasion. Mr. Dvorkovich will say a few words.
Thank you, Maurice. It's my special privilege and honor on behalf of FIDE and all people involved to congratulate our hosts and friends with the 50th National Day Golden Jubilee of the United Arab Emirates. The holiday itself is tomorrow, but we would like to do it in advance during the start of the game. What you did in this country is a huge success story. And it's thanks to the management and all people of the United Arab Emirates. So we take this with admiration and wish you all the success and health. So thanks a lot for your hospitality and leading this country forward.
Thank you so much for those words. Your Excellency, if you may, make the first move. And with that, let the game begin.
That was a helpful suggestion, I think,
C4.
by an honorable guest, and he's gone back to E4. Okay.
Third time in a row in this match, E4 has been played as a first move and E5. So now we can expect the first move coming.
It's the 4th game already with E4, E5, right?
Including yesterday's
Yesterday's, the reverse colors, right?
And the 4th game after E4, E5. Because both of the players
keep switching back and forth, yes.
So we have another Roy Lopez.
Roy Lopez, okay, a6. So let's see where he deviates. Okay, bishop a4.
Knight f6 is coming. Castle. This all has been played in the previous encounters. In this match, bishop e7, rook e1, so no d3. Yesterday we talked a little bit that maybe we would see a 6 move d3, but no, rook e1. b5, bishop b3. Castle. Up to now, they are just repeating the first two games.
Okay,
A4.
he's repeating from game 3, a4.
So now what will Magnus play? Will he repeat with bishop b7 or?
Probably the most likely, but he could switch to b4. Both of these are important systems.
He had some problems in that game. He was struggling a little bit, but then many pieces were traded, and the game transposed into the end game, which was quite drawish. So it's very likely Jan and his team, they found some improvement after bishop b7, and
He's got rook b8.
rook b8. Rook b8 is perhaps the third most popular move in this position, but rook b8 is not played so often on the top level.
Yes. Already there's one little detail, which is, okay, after ab5, ab5.
So now if you play c3,
If you go c3, wait, let's wait. Yeah, if you go c3, d6,
he played h3.
yeah,
Yeah, but you
d4, bishop g4, then one important difference is that d5 traps the knight because the a file is opened and the black rook has stepped away. It's obviously not a concern here, but in a sense, black is conceding the a file at the very start.
So this is
Could
the
turn
difference.
out to be important.
Yeah, between inserting a4 rook b8, ab5, ab5, and playing c3 immediately.
Yes. Another thing is after c3, now the marshal is not so strong because the a file, this rook, instead of being buried under this thing, is now got the whole open file. So it will not be a marshal anymore, but
But actually h3 has been played
yeah.
instead of c3.
So he's gone h3. So I guess that's quite simplistic to say he can play c3 and thing. But one advantage after something like c3,
Yeah, what could black do?
black could play b4, maybe now or move later, and suddenly the rook is more effective
Oh,
in
the
this
open
way. So these are the kind of counterbalancing things. He has gone h3 though, and
And no knight a5 here, like
no
in the
knight
first
a5, exactly. So what has Magnus done?
D6?
D6, I guess. Yes, d6.
We can also discuss if d5 and the pawn sacrifice here is possible or not, and if black has enough compensation in that direction. But so far the players are playing quite quickly, so both of them are still in the preparation. Though, according to the database, I believe we don't have so many games in this
D5,
position.
yeah. Well, like I said, I would be very surprised if it was good because this rook is available. And even the c3 square is available to the knight. Normally there would be a pawn sitting here, and it's a big problem how to get this knight into the game. But in this kind of marshal, where you have not committed c3, knight c3 is very strong. So that's not expected here. ab5, ab5. And he has gone h3, d6. So this is the current position. And what has he played? Knight c3 or c3?
There was one additional move. I think it's knight c3, but from this angle I can't be completely sure. C3.
C3. It is C3. Okay.
So it's like more or less they are playing the main Royal Opus variations, but with A4, A6, and the open A file.
Yes, I mean, this is quite significant because in a normal Royal Opus, there'd be the Briar variation, which is to take the knight back and regroup. There is the Chigorin variation, where you move the knight to A5, and a lot of these options have been taken away. So it is not a Royal Opus with the A pawns exchanged. It is actually something else, and they will go off in different paths. It's not impossible that B4 is played here. If you go bishop A4, I just defended it bishop D7, so this is not a thing. And if you do that, which is the normal idea to build up the center, then I could capture, take here, and now my knight has a good square, the rook is active. I mean, white's pieces are also active, but it's an unusual kind of position with no pawns at all on the queen side. And let's see what they actually end up playing. What's the most popular move? C3, which has been played. And here B4 is the main move, but bishop B7 is there as well.
I'm already a bit surprised because it's kind of another game with played in the line which is kind of unexplored.
Yes. If we go back 2 or 3 moves, you'll find 10,000 games. But already here, the number of games has dropped to a trickle. So in this position, there are almost 8,000 games with C3 and 4,000 games with H3. But throw in these moves, and we're talking of hardly anything. So C3, has he played before?
He did play before.
He did play before, right? So, but that is the main move, such as it is. 4 versus 5 versus 4 for the second best move.
Okay, that's very logical. When you have the rook on b8, you can try to make some use of it. So
sure.
Opening the b file is very reasonable. Jan replied
D3.
instantly. D3 on the board. So white is preparing something like knight d2, knight c4.
Yes, but with so many pawns exchanged, is that really significant? Imagine that I captured now and then just develop this piece here. And when you did this, I offer the exchange of 1 rook. I mean, we are starting to lose material. So I'm curious how white will actually get an advantage here.
And what do you think about the pawn structure after, let's say, b takes e3, b takes e3, bishop e6, bishop e6, f takes e6, and then if, I don't know, white will eventually try to push d4?
Yes, that is one thing. I could start off with knight b d2.
Yeah, maybe black can try some idea of bringing the queen to g6, then knight h5, knight f4.
But it has to be remembered that when you have this kind of pawn structure, you can't advance very easily. If you advance this pawn here, this pawn suddenly becomes indefensible. So I would not expect bishop e6 to be a thing. Most people, well, actually it's only one game already.
Most people with one.
Yeah.
With one game, most people, what did they do?
Yes, well, they seem to go knight d7, but that may not be the best move at all. So let's try to, Magnus may not even have played bc3. So let's see what is, there are 2 games with bishop d7. So again, a totally unexplored area with hardly any games. Can you imagine in future databases, there will be hardly any games at all, but the World Championship game will be one of them. Every single game, they have played a line which is very obscure, and whereas normally World Championship games fit into databases of 7,000-8,000 games in that line, and here they're doing that. They're following lines which have been played like 3 or 4 times. So it's very very interesting strategy for both of them in a way.
Maybe we should create a special database of the World Championship matches, and then let's see what the trends are there.
Yes, I think.
And then we would have
I
a
think
lot
such
of
a database
Roy
is going to be
Lopez,
created
Petrov.
actually.
So my next question will be, is it necessary to take on c3 immediately, or is it better to wait and keep the tension there?
I would say you can wait because there is nothing to stop black capturing this pawn on any move. And I don't see a single move where you would wish you had done it earlier. So I think you could make many moves here. Bishop d7, for instance. h6 if you like. There's no real...
Bit exercise.
Nobody has taken it. Okay.
Their preparation, their profound preparation really surprises me. There are just a couple of games and they are playing instantly and they are still on their notes. So who knows how much of material they had to memorize before playing this match.
Yes, but at least we can say they had to memorize only their own games because, as I said, they're playing lines that have never been played before. That is a new phenomenon in chess because it's so hard to play something that has never been done. And these guys are doing it every single game. So
I think the face of Magnus is saying that I'm trying to remember what is written in my notes. He's definitely still in his preparation. But is it a bit disappointing that, well, he was the first one to play the new move. I mean, kind of deviating with rook b8. But now he's also the first one who is kind of thinking. You know, like your opponent played instantly, and sometimes it's a bit unpleasant.
well, possibly, but I think when you're talking of 3-4 minutes, it hardly matters. If he thinks for 40 minutes now, that would be something. But I think at 4 minutes, it hardly...
So the plan for white is still more or less the same. Yeah, knight d2, knight f1, knight g3, and d4, or even d4 without bringing the knight to g3, or any other ideas?
I think you more or less said it, but the other idea you mentioned of putting the knight to c4 is also valid. Another plan is to play knight bd2 and put the bishop here and then play d4, which restrains black's counterplay like this, if your bishops are on these diagonals like that. So that's the extra option if you play bc3 quite early.
Actually, I didn't even think about pushing the bishop on a3. It looked to me that it's kind of just, staring on this d6 pawn.
Yeah,
but now
I think
after
I
you
would
mentioned
assume
the
that it
idea,
stops d5 rather than...
stopping d5, then...
And it gets out of the way. I mean, what's it doing on c1? It's not doing much more on a3 maybe, but it's
I
not
thought
doing much
that
on
maybe
c1.
it can be developed at g5.
Sure. Or you could develop the bishop first to bishop e3 and then knight bd2. That's a normal way to develop these things. And black is a little bit stuck. This knight is not able to go anywhere. So I would feel that bishop d7 and rook a8 is the natural way to go. But obviously, they're thinking in more specific terms.
Is black's knight on c6 kind of the worst piece because it's restricted by the pawns on c3, d3?
Yes, and by vacating the A file, it's lost all its squares, but it's still a pretty good piece. It stops d4 and prepares itself to go to knight b4 at some future occasion. And I don't see any problem with that knight that can't be solved by rook a8. So. Also, it's an interesting question. How do you want to do it? Do you want to play bishop b7 or so that you keep the square available for the knight? Or do you want to play bishop d7 so that you can just play rook a8 like that without putting the bishop here? A few questions. Nonetheless, we can say that there are no weak pawns on the queen side that white can exploit later. There are just no pawns on the queen side, and we're already moving to the center.
And also how I want to place the bishop on e6 so badly that I'm even thinking about the plan like bishop d7, queen c8, and then bishop d6, or maybe after like bishop d7, queen c8, sometimes the idea of bishop h3 can come to my mind. Or is it too long and too unrealistic?
It's fine if you want to play it like that, but you could do. I don't think bishop e6 is a bad move here. It's quite solid.
But this is changing the pawn structure, and if we want to do it without that, the other idea is the one that I mentioned. Playing something like rook e8, bishop f8, and then pushing d5 seems to be difficult for me because then bishop a4 may be always a problem, and the e5 pawn will be weak.
Yeah, but on the other hand, you could get your bishop e6 then. So after bishop f8, you could play bishop e6 and capture with the rook.
Magnus played d5.
That looks surprising. We haven't considered that at all.
But there is kind of a tendency, he always wishes to push this d5. So what's happening here?
Okay, amongst the questions that will not be answered today is what happens after this. Now white actually has multiple ways to win the pawn. One is he could go here, attacking the knight, and if you defend it, then I capture and I take the pawn. That was one idea. Though
but maybe first
black
check
could also pin it like this and so on. He could also have just taken the pawn.
Yeah.
But Jan played knight bd2 without any hesitation. So clearly they have seen this, rejected it, and they're still happy. Of course, the point is once we exchange these two pawns, this square becomes available. And even though there are not many pawns left on the queen side, this pawn remains weak. So potentially there are still pressure points for white. I don't believe d4 because I will just go bishop b2 and I should be doing very well.
Yeah, then still the c7 pawn is weak. Maybe d4, bishop b2 if we take on d3.
Ah, of course. You can take on d3, and if I take on e5 for instance, some general developing move.
Just take queen c3.
But then I would assume that knight f7 or bishop f7 already starts to become dangerous. Because if you take, I'll take, you take, and now I play e5. Your knight moves, I move my knight, then I go queen h5 check. It's quite unpleasant. But there is another idea. Now that you mentioned it, I could also start with this. If you take, I think I take with the knight. But you take this with the knight, yes.
Knight c6.
And if rook takes b4, then queen c2. And this is comfortable for white. Because this pawn is easier to defend than that one. Or maybe I could take here. You take with the knight. And then I just step forward. Bishop c4. Just make a move like that. And
I think we could also try knight c4 after d4, attacking the pawn on e5.
I'm not too happy about leaving a pawn on c3 alive, but maybe you're right. You want to take knight c5. I take. You take it. In fact, there's not much I can do with the c3 pawn, right? I can't play c2 or something anywhere.
That was I was hoping for. Maybe after knight c4, black can just go bishop e6, pinning that knight.
But then can I go bishop a4? You take, and I think both moves are quite good. Bishop c6 or d takes c4 even. I don't expect d4. But I'm not sure what I expect. I don't think d5 is really necessary. However, he could also go in for something solid like this. Excuse me. D5 here, knight bd2. He could take and simply move the bishop here. Now the bishop is supporting this pawn, which means this knight is free to maneuver itself around to another square. Perhaps this is a reasonable position. Alternately, he could do the same thing without taking on e4 first. Puts off that moment.
And after knight g5?
Then I have to go back. Are you going to claim that something is very strong here? Queen f3 or something? Or knight e4?
Knight e4, yeah.
But I can
But
take.
h6 and...
If I take this, you take this way.
This way or knight f7? Yeah,
Knight
maybe
f7.
f7 you take on d1.
Even that is not too clear. Hang on.
Yeah, too
knight
many pieces are
f7,
behind there. Yeah,
knight takes
d1,
d1.
knight d8.
Knight d8 is a check. You
Right.
capture the piece giving the check, and then you capture this. In fact, both pieces are attacked, so black loses a piece here. Okay. Bishop e6, knight g5. Yeah, it's not worth it probably. So take bishop d6, or I don't know what else. I must say, from the speed with which Magnus played d5, I think that's fine, but it looks slightly unpleasant to me.
I'm expecting d takes e4. But maybe let's take a look at what could happen after e takes d5 if white took that pawn.
Yeah, so you capture here, I capture back. You take here?
After bishop a4, no, I think rook b1 doesn't work because rook b1.
He has taken on e4, so...
Yeah, d takes e4 played.
So what is he going to do here? Bishop d6, bishop c5.
D takes e4 played also from white side. I think bishop d6 or bishop c5 will be played.
And that's the thing about Magnus's body language. If he's happy, he's definitely not showing it, is he?
No, if he wins, he actually shows it.
That's true.
But before the game is ended. Though yesterday he was not looking that happy during the game, but when he came to the press conference, he looked quite okay. Maybe he was happy that, okay, finally this game is over. Now the birthday celebration, a little bit of it.
Probably just come to terms. I think his analysis might have ended a move or two ago, and he may have thought the position was promising, but when he sat at the board with his knight on e8 and rook on e7, he couldn't find a concrete way to convert it, and he also realized his opponent had checked everything at home, so the likelihood of a mistake was low. But by the time he walked to the press center, which is about 10-15 minute walk away, he come to terms with it, and then he could relax a bit. But I think in the board he still showed his... he thought for almost an hour in total.
Yeah. Like
before
20
taking
minutes
the
and
draw.
then 30 minutes
That's
on
right.
the next move.
So, I mean, there's no need for him to sit there thinking for that long if he didn't think there was still some life left in the position or something he could try. But he gave it his best thought and couldn't find anything, so decided to stop.
Yeah, he said that, well, we have 2 hours for the first 40 moves, so we can try to spend this time. And if we find something, we continue. If we don't find, okay, we can always make a perpetual and then agree for a draw.
Apparently, the arbiter has adjusted the temperature in the playing hall a couple of times already. Maybe the air conditioning is too strong. Because Magnus is still wearing his jacket.
The funny point is that, about this temperature, that, okay, when there are just two players, they can agree more or less easily on the temperature, yeah? But when it's like a round-robin tournament where, let's say, top 10 players are playing, and then each of them has its own opinion, and then it's a big fight for the temperature in the playing hall. It's actually quite important because, all the top-level events, you need to be comfortable in the playing hall, and even 1 degree can play some important role.
Yes, of course. It's quite annoying to be at the board and have to shiver. So
Rook e8 or
no, bishop d6.
bishop d6?
To be honest, it's hard to see a better move here because the bishop has to protect the pawn, and that releases the...
So what now? Knight c4, knight f1.
I mean, having come this far, you might as well play knight c4, right? What would black play here? If he goes bishop e6, then I think knight g5 is worth doing. I don't know what happens after if you just go back, but something like this. Put more pressure and try to... Well, it's actually unpleasant.
It's like black just lost in 3 moves.
Yes. But there is a multiple attack coming here. If I do that, you come back, because if you...
It's quite a question if I'm coming back.
Oh, you mean you want to take here? Take that. But I think here it's a bit premature because I'm going to play rook d7 and of course if white plays f3, then he has the advantage that this pawn is forever vulnerable, whereas white's pawns behave like a wall. They support each other, so of course I could just step back and be slightly better, I think.
You think white has winning chances here? Well, after black tries the queens.
Most likely not.
Then bishop e7, bishop e6,
And
followed
then I
by
play my
knight
f3
d7.
here. It's hard to believe this, but bishop a3.
Yeah, the viewers can hear the music. Actually, we can also hear the music quite loudly, because next to us, we are in expo.
Absolutely. Head 6 is also possible, and if knight takes d6, you play c d6, bishop a3, and if black has to go back to e8, he's a bit passive. He's being pushed back, so that might be kind of relevant.
Though not that clear how to put more pressure. Bring the knight to c4, take some time. Bishop d5.
Yes, I think both these moves in some way. Bishop d5 and then rotate the knight like that. Nice way to put pressure.
And now I think for the first time in this game, Jan is thinking. Because all the previous moves he made instantly.
More or less instantly, right.
Bishop a4 doesn't look like it makes a lot of sense, because now it's difficult to attack the e5 pawn, and it's better to keep the bishop on b3.
No, I would prefer knight c4 actually. I think it's a bit safer. Bishop a4, it even allows me to move my knight to e7 and g6 as I planned, and whereas knight c4 actually stops that. So,
and if black doesn't want to allow all that, I don't know. Knight e8 is also quite a passive move to make here.
Yes.
What about queen e7?
Queen e7, okay. Bishop g5. And then bishop e6, maybe?
Do I need h6, bishop h4? Maybe not, right? Because then if I have it, I always have to think about bishop g3 ideas.
You could do this maybe and try and pin over here. Queen e7 feels to me slightly passive, but it might not be that much. Maybe black just has to make a couple of moves to regroup and he should be okay. What else? What other moves can we think of here? Knight c4.
Jan played queen c2. That's a bit surprising. If there was nothing wrong, like nothing concrete with knight c4, maybe it was better to have the knight on c4 there. But maybe that's all still prepared by both of the players and they just...
I'm having difficulty understanding why queen c2 could be the main move, but... I mean, I could, if I didn't like it, I could always play the next move. So why did he rush with it? I don't know.
Was there any idea of bishop c5 after knight c4? Well, it has to be calculated very precisely, but because everything starts to hang.
Yes, I mean, for us, no. Could I do queen d8?
Rook d8.
Bishop a4. Bishop b7 maybe.
I thought about bishop d7, but maybe bishop b7 is stronger.
Bishop d7, I thought I can just capture here.
I take.
I take.
I take on a4.
Rook a4. But I defending a little bit and being a pawn up.
Okay, rook b1, some counterplay, but maybe not enough.
King f1 possibly.
Yeah, after you said bishop b7, I prefer bishop b7 to bishop d7.
Yes. So why did Jan reject this? Why did he go for queen c2?
Also, if black wants, now black can play h6, and after knight c4, we are on time to play bishop e6.
Yes.
There is no knight d6.
Knight c4, bishop e6. What should white play? Bishop e3 maybe? Knight a5 maybe? So if you take, I take here. Oh, but what am I saying? You just play bishop takes b3, attacking my queen, and I have to capture with the knight, which can't be very great.
Yeah, so white has to come up with something else.
Yeah. I must say I don't understand why, what's the point of queen c2? Knight c4 just seems so natural.
maybe we can try again knight c4, bishop c5, or some other move.
Bishop c5, but that didn't really work out, did it?
Well, we checked queen d8, rook d8, bishop a4, but
What
then
about if I capture here? Can I keep the extra pawn?
knight
Take.
d5, yeah,
Now you take on d1.
yes.
Take with the bishop. Bishop b7 probably, or rook
Rook
e8.
e8.
Yeah, rook e8.
That was my idea. Knight d3.
And by counter-attacking here,
That should be just a pleasant position
Yeah.
for white. So maybe it simply doesn't work. Okay, let's assume they know what they are doing.
it seems like a fairly safe assumption to make. And now queen c2 has happened. What else is there? Queen e8 and some bishop e6. But it looks very artificial.
Queen e7, bishop e6, but once again, knight c4, bishop e6, and knight g5. That's why I really like h6 to stop knight g5 idea.
Okay, so queen c2 h6 then. And what was our line here?
Our line was knight c4, bishop e6, then you wanted to try knight a5, but we didn't like it in the end.
Yes, because of just bishop takes b3.
What about some knight h4, knight f5 ideas? Looks a bit suspicious.
Well, also it helps me regroup my knight. So if you
Yeah,
come knight
somehow.
f5, I go knight c5. Did you accomplish very much? Actually, wait. Could you take, and do that, or just knight e3 is working? Ah, sorry,
Knight
knight
d6.
d6 is working as well. Because if you take, and then I can capture that one.
All right.
Because it's no longer defended. No, so not rook b3. I can play knight c5, yeah. And you go bishop a2.
Yeah, somehow if I want to bring my knight to f5, I need the queen on f3 or somewhere in that direction. So what about this position? You prefer black or white?
Oh, wait a minute. I suddenly saw a problem here. If I knight takes e4, you have rook takes, you have queen e4 as well. No, you have to play rook takes e4, but it defends the knight on h4. I mean, f5 looks a bit bizarre now.
Shouldn't work. We don't know why, but shouldn't work.
For the best reasons. Take e4 maybe. Just to put a knight on d3 somehow.
h6.
Yeah. So he's going to hit 6.
And Jan is back. So maybe after h6, white should switch to the plan with knight f1.
Okay.
Very symmetrical pawn structure.
Yes.
Couldn't be more symmetrical.
But this pawn is keeping the
knight
knight
F1
strictly
played.
controlled. Yeah, so knight F1. So apparently the knight wants to go here and not to E3 necessarily. Because even going to E3 via C4 was possible. But I think it's heading in this direction. Maybe followed up with some knight H4 or something like that.
To be honest, when I said about knight F1, I wanted to go to E3.
Okay.
We have a perfect match.
Absolutely.
No, I thought that maybe if especially black plays something like queen e7, that makes a lot of sense, because then the knight can come to d5, and after knight d5 e takes d5, or knight f5, and open this file, and the queen will feel uncomfortable on e7.
Yeah. Also, so far, Jan has not taken any time. He's
Okay,
playing every move as if it's easy. And it is. White's position sort of plays itself at the moment, whereas I think Magnus is coming up with the more complicated maneuvers and so on.
He wants to simplify the position, also like in the first game, and trade many pawns, many pieces, get a symmetrical position. So it's the question, like, if in the next moves he will manage to completely equalize it, or whether Jan will pose some problems.
This could be unpleasant for Black if things go wrong, because Black can suffer here a lot. Let's imagine he does knight e7. Do you go? This was the attraction of a knight c4. Then you actually can punish knight e7, but.
Apparently, according to Leonard, we have got many questions, and our viewers are asking for advice for amateurs, how to learn to play the Ruy Lopez and its common plans. Any books or other material you can recommend? Okay, I can start with me maybe, because to be honest, I didn't play Ruy Lopez with white pieces before I became women grandmaster.
Okay.
So you can see that from amateur level to women's grandmaster, it's quite some time to get there. And yeah, I didn't bother myself with studying the Ruy Lopez because we can't say that there are some common plans. Okay, there are some ideas like, bring the rook to e1, then bring the knight to g3, like knight bd2, knight f1, knight g3, then push d4. But it also very much matters which opening line you are choosing, because there is Breyer, there is Chigorin, there is Zaitsev, there is Marshall, and in all of them the setups and the plans are different. So you actually have to learn every specific line and the plans in every direction. But maybe, Vishy, you can tell us more about that.
Yes, so let's go back a bit. If you take this position, there is even the open Spanish or open Ruy Lopez with knight takes e4.
And that's completely different stuff. And also b5, bishop b7, or b5,
Yes,
bishop c5.
this would make it the Arshangelsk if you do that. And I think it's called the Moller if you do this. And don't ask me what happens if you do both.
Which is actually possible.
Yes, and then you have bishop e7, rook e1.
Yeah, bishop e7, rook e1 is the most classical approach.
But of course, this has become very popular in recent times, so you have to study this as well. So the Ruy Lopez is a huge, huge thing. But there is one constant, which is how to connect these two pawns. The pawn on c3, let's say here, and then how to keep the threat of d4, but also move to d3. And then most of White's plans involve rotating the knight around, either here or e3. And these lead to very typical structures. Once you do this, let's just go here. And by the way, the Ruy Lopez also includes everything with this move.
And
which
you
is a whole
haven't
different
mentioned the Berlin.
Yes. Well, the Berlin, I think, doesn't count as the Ruy Lopez. So, of course, if you play bishop b5, you have to be ready for that as well. So, here, if you play knight f6, it's called the Berlin defense. Almost single-handedly, it became a major alternative to a6. How do you study these? I think there are books on each one of these moves. Let's assume c3 happens, black plays d6, h3. This is your main Rylopus position. I think you could write entire books on Zaitsev or the Chigorin or the Braya. And then there are simply constantly new lines popping up. This one is another one, knight d7, d4. You can combine that with bishop b7. You can combine that with bishop f6. Then, as if you have not had enough, that is called the Smyslov variation. Rook e8 first. So, it's a huge complex which has grown up and expanded. But like I said, people, even in this position which has been played so much, people come up with new lines all the time. So, knight a5, bishop c2, d5 exists. Surprising as it seems, because instead of the normal marshal, the knight is stepping away and then sacking the pawn. Perhaps this is the one which is very precisely referred to as the Gajewski gambit, and not all of them are. Be that as it may, it's you generally study the games of the best players. Karpov is a good player, Smyslov, all the legends, Kasparov. You know, when I grew up, you felt that you had to know this opening in order to be able to play chess.
Yeah, sooner or later you have to learn all these pawn structures. And if I can come up with some of the advices is, well, first of all, studying the top players' games. So let's say you can see, like Visha advised, just pick the Rylopus games of Karpov and just go through them and see which plans he actually had and how did he play all these structures. And another idea that I think is also quite advisable. Maybe, well, if you want to study it with the database, then go first through the main lines, because first you have to understand what's going on in the main lines to understand what is happening in the sidelines. And if you go through the main lines, always ask yourself the question, what is the purpose of each move? For example, like c3, d6, why do we play h3? And then we realize that we play h3 because we don't want to allow the lines after d4, bishop g4, and so on and so on. So each move, ask yourself a question, what is the purpose of the move? Then you can actually try to understand the chances that you will understand the position better or higher.
Yes. In fact, if you're starting out, and in the Rylopus, you understand these plans. So something like bishop b7, d4, rook e8, knight bd2. The one common thread for white against all of black's plans is this plan which Jan has used. Knight moves here, goes here, fights for this light square. That's such a typical plan that you will get much further in the Rylopus by studying one or two games where this plan is executed successfully than by studying lots of variations. The Rylopus is about these very common plans, and as you study them, they get easier and easier. Even though the position gets more complex, you'll see that what a powerful idea it is. In fact, these two knights sitting side by side makes any player at the white pieces quite happy. You know, getting them there. You know you're in this major classical opening. It's of course
not so easy because the territory is huge, like this expo.
Exactly. You can study it all your life and still wake up and think, do I know what I'm supposed to do? So that's one problem with the Rylopus. Anyway, let's get back to the game for a second. Oh, sorry. Excuse me.
Sorry, forward bait. Yeah, we are trying to find where we are.
Yes, and then he went to d3, bc3, bc3. And Magnus went for d5, which still, I'm not convinced, but I'll go home and see what the theory says, because you have to respect the fact that he went for this. d4, d4, bishop d6. I still don't understand why they didn't play knight c4, and instead Jan went queen c2.
No, you went a little bit
Yeah.
deeper.
Queen c2. Black played h6. This one is useful to stop the bishop coming there. And then Jan played knight f1.
And Magnus played knight e7.
Yes. So Magnus is also rotating his knight. You can see that black does the same plan. White puts his knight on g3, black puts on g6. The other common feature in the Relopus is that this bishop is either attacking the f7 pawn, or through the e4 pawn is trying to give mate here. So black usually expends a lot of effort to exchange that bishop.
So now, I don't know if it's more useful to have the knight on g3 or on e3. But yeah, bring the knight to e3 and then to c4 looks very strange, because the knight could go to c4 in one move.
Yes.
And then we spent additional 2 to get there.
It's not impossible that we have cunningly lured the black knight to g6 and now we go to c4. But I would be surprised. Also, you're running into a problem that now you can no longer play knight e3 easily, because maybe I could play bishop b7. Or
Okay, could we
To
try
make-
knight e4?
maybe even more to the point, knight e3, could I just take knight takes e4?
Yeah.
Because there's an overload. The rook is attacking this bishop and so on. So if it's not knight e3, what is it? Is it going to be knight g3?
Knight g3 looks quite logical.
Yes. And then I suspect black is just going to do the same, knight g6. White could, of course, continue here.
Yeah, let's be creative and bring the knight to f5.
Knight g3. And it must be remembered that white has slightly better pieces. His rook can come to d1, and this rook is ready to come here. Nothing that can't be challenged in a move or two, but white's pieces are starting off, and white's rooks especially are starting off in good positions without even making a move. So, sort of comfortable for white. Knight g3.
I think we both prefer white's position right at the moment.
Yes.
Easier to play, and white is
To be
passing a
honest,
bit.
I prefer white's position after d5. So I'm quite impatient to go back and check my database and find out why Magnus made this move. Because also these kinds of squares, quite often in Magnus's own games, you'll find out how to exploit such a lovely square. He could bring his king there in an endgame. He'll do interesting things. So why is this guy playing d5 and allowing this thing? I am a bit surprised.
Okay, can you try my plan with bishop d7 instead of knight g6?
Okay.
Yeah, the plan is queen c8, bishop e6, and then trade is...
Even rook a8 might be reasonable, right?
No, knight
Nope,
g6.
knight g6 after all. Just when I was starting to like your move. He goes back to this move. But to be fair, it is probably equal. It would be very strange if this knight ended up on c4. The other one was just on d2 and could have gone there, but it's gone the long way around, and this knight could end up on c4, maybe after the bishops are exchanged. It's a very nice square to sit on. I feel white is better. That was, if I was given this position with no information as to the names of the players who got there, I would say no, white is better. But because of them, I'm hedging my bets a bit. That thing. But I have to say, it just looked better for white.
So now you prefer something like rook d1, or it was just the plan mentioned?
I just mentioned that it starts off on a good square. Maybe knight f5 is a reasonable plan after all.
Oh yeah, knight f5 was also mentioned. So now after knight e4 we have knight h6, yeah?
I had not even seen this. 1 second. Yes, I would take and call it a brilliancy.
Take rook e4, bishop
Bishop
f5,
f5,
and then
but
we
I
just
can take on
sacrifice it.
h6. No, I take
then
on
we
h6,
take
you
more.
take, you take here. What can I do? Can I do queen d2?
Take.
Which one? d3 or e4?
Ah, okay, both are hanging.
Ah, but this is
Actually,
one
I
thing.
don't
You
believe
can do
it so much.
queen f6, and then the queen is coming to defend in time.
Yeah.
So rook e4, bishop f5. That is a clever trick, Anna. If I go here, you take,
And then I play king g7.
and you play king g7. Maybe this is quite reasonable. So knight f5 might run into knight e4.
Bishop e3 has been played. Without calculating all this craziness.
But
It
also
feels
there
like
was, I could take here because you're actually not threatening to move your knight back. But you will play rook takes b3, eliminating this pin.
after bishop f5, were you going to play g4?
Can't I?
Or first take on f8 and then g4?
Yes. Because, but if g4, you have this move, right? Knight g5. Attacking
didn't
my
see it.
queen, yes. Okay, but Jan is not messing with all that. He's just going to play bishop e3. Next move is bishop could go to c4. Also, by putting the bishop here, he's got the bishop out. And now, the knight can, this knight can rotate to c4. So,
Hey, bishop e3 is just a much safer option. So which pieces should black try to trade here, and what should white aim for?
I think for black it's probably queen e8 and bishop e6. And for white, maybe bishop c4 and knight d2 or something like that. Just to put something on the c4 square. It can't be very big, but let's try queen e8.
We can always play knight f5, but
And if I go
black
bishop
will,
e6,
black will play bishop e6 anyway, very likely. Yeah, if I don't threaten anything with the knight on f5, then maybe I shouldn't hurry to put it there, because yeah, then all the ideas with knight e4 are coming.
yes. So knight f5, but bishop e3 might just be more sensible.
Yeah, queen e8 looks like a nice move.
And there is also rook e8. Again with the idea to play bishop e6.
Can we think about c4, c5? So let's say rook e d1, maybe bishop e6, c4, or c4 now.
Well, if c4 here,
then
I might
I'm
be able
not
to play
threatening.
queen e7 because you're not threatening c5. The bishop is pinned behind this pawn. But yes, I was waiting for bishop e6 to take it and then see if c4 works. But,
Or if still there after queen e7 and like bishop e6, c4, queen e7, there is bishop a4.
Ouch. Yes. That would be very strong.
That was painful.
That was
But
indeed.
anyway, yeah, maybe c4 without rook e1. Or is it? I don't know.
Yes. Rook e8, c4 might be playable, or rook e1. I don't like Magnus's position. I don't think he likes it too much himself. But then it's slightly baffling. Why get into this position?
Well, he played d5 quite quickly.
Yeah, almost
So-
instantly, but
Well, it didn't come instantly after a couple of minutes. So, but we assume he knew about d5. And then, he's slightly worse here, but maybe nothing dramatic.
that is true. I mean, how much worse can you be in a essentially symmetrical position? But it looks... It's much easier to play for white than for black. And you would have expected Magnus to have something easier than this.
Well, now we are going for a short break, and we'll be back in a couple of minutes.
Today, more than ever, when the world comes together to create a better tomorrow.
It's going to be magic.
Magic. Magic with music.
With architecture.
With colors.
Magic with celebration.
With your safety.
From here.
There.
And everywhere.
For 6 whole months, day and night.
Join the making of a new world, starting October 1st.
And welcome back, everyone. Grandmasters Muzychuk and Viswanathan Anand are here with you today. And during the break, we saw that Magnus Carlsen, he's still thinking over the position, and he's completely unsure what to do. It seems like white is really pressing, and black's position is a bit unpleasant. That's what we assumed.
Yes, I don't like black's position. I mentioned it before the break. I'm not going to claim a huge advantage or anything, but it's uncomfortable for black. Even if you exchange bishop successfully.
Okay, we'll sign everything after the break when we go for the next break. Yeah. Sorry.
Even if black succeeds in exchanging the bishops, so something like queen e8 and bishop e6, it's still unpleasant because white can push this pawn and push the bishop back. But if black doesn't do that, he can hardly make a move. If he goes queen e7, I have knight f5, attacking with the tempo. You can't capture it because you don't have this move. My rook is pinning against your queen. Queen e8 already looks a bit... I could easily go rook e d1, I think is one of the ideas we mentioned, and after bishop e6, bishop a4. Once again, queen d7 is not very attractive. You go here. I play c4. I mean, we're throwing around possibilities, but it just looks comfortable for white and at zero risk so far. But let's see. It's very far from this to say that white is actually much better. I think it's just a much more pleasant position. So let's see what happens.
And after queen e8, maybe you can try c4 immediately, because when we tried the idea with c4, the queen was still on d8, so rook e d1 made more sense. What about here in this move order? Like after bishop e6, you already have bishop a4, and then c5 is coming.
Yes, but suppose I did this. You came here, and I decided the hell with it. I'm going to play c5. Now my bishop is outside the pawn chain. It's not behind the pawn. It's in front of the pawn. If you do this, it's still unpleasant, but your bishop is not exactly getting to the... Sorry, that's the wrong... the bishop is not able to come around very easily to this square. It's still unpleasant because as I mentioned earlier, the white rook is also ready, and it has not made a move, but it's a very powerful piece without making a single move because it's on the open file. I would have to say I'm struggling to make two moves with which I'm comfortable. It just seems more pleasant to play for white.
And white has more or less developed all its pieces, while the rook on f8 is a bit out of play, and also the bishop on c8. Okay, the bishop on c8 is not that passive, but still we would prefer to trade it for the light square bishop of white, because the bishop on b3 is really very powerful.
Maybe black can bite the bullet and just play knight f4 and say, I don't care. But then maybe rook a d1 is unpleasant, or maybe even takes and bring the knight back. Now I'm threatening this very powerful move, e5. That could be unpleasant as well. I don't like black's position simply. And clearly Magnus has spent 45 minutes more than Jan, so at the very least he is not very happy with this position either. If it was only a question of taste, maybe they could be 15 minutes apart. But 45 minutes tells me that, and I don't think he looks very happy either. So it's a little bit uncomfortable. And, well, let's see what happens.
Okay, sometimes when you're really happy about what's going on, and when you're happy about the position you've got, you're not that much worried that even if you're like 45 minutes behind. But in this position, when you know that clearly you are on the worst side, that's actually quite difficult.
Yes. I mean, as I keep saying, I find the position uncomfortable because I try to imagine myself making 3 moves with black, and I'm not very happy with the results.
Well, if black could make just two moves, yeah, queen e8 and bishop e6, that would already be something.
And we agreed that we could take and play c4, or we could play bishop a4 and play c4. It doesn't neutralize it. It's a small but persistent edge, as they write in some books.
Yeah, Magnus is struggling.
My favorite expression for this is clearly slightly better.
Clearly slightly.
So, I've seen that in a few places. White is clearly slightly better.
So that means like without any danger, yeah. Slightly better and also without any danger.
No, I think clearly slightly better then clearly is a confirmation that you're slightly better, but there is no doubt about the fact that you are slightly better. So the
queen e8.
It's either rook e8 or queen e8, but it looked like queen e8. Okay, so queen e8. And he's decided to bite the bullet, if you like, and play bishop e6. And how do we go about this from white's perspective?
It seems that up to this point, Jan has spent more time outside the board than over the board. Because
by a big margin. I mean, his clock has only run for about 15 minutes. And I think some of that is even the time it takes him to get back from his cabin. So...
yes,
but okay, we should emphasize that, after queen e8, black doesn't have to play bishop e6. There are still some useful moves he can do while waiting. And passing the move to white and asking white, are you really going to play c4, c5, or how you're going to press? I think I like rook e d1 because on the next move I could play bishop a4 and attack your queen. And it might be something. Let's see how bad this plan really is. Let's try bishop a4. If you go bishop d7, now I play c4 with the idea of c5 pushing the bishop back. How would black react here?
If you take on a4, are you going to take with the rook or with the queen? I think with the rook.
I think with the rook, yes. I mean, if we want some razzle-dazzle, we could do that. We could also play bishop d4 here. This doesn't look... Well, still rook a d1 looks comfortable. How are you going to cope against rook a6? Or maybe rook b1, just to provoke c5. And if you play c5, I want to play rook a6. Now that rook is threatening to sacrifice itself on f6, or simply use the overload that this pawn has to defend both pieces.
Maybe knight d7 here after rook a4.
Okay, so I cannot play c5 because you will use the fact that the queen is attacking the rook. So what would I play then? And I cannot go rook a5 along the fifth rank because you play bishop b4, forking the two rooks. Yes, that's why rook e d1 to prepare this idea seems a good way to go about it. By the way, after bishop d7, could I take here and play c4?
Could we take with the knight?
Yes, you could take with a knight, and then I get knight f5.
And then something like... I'm not sure, but... Knight c5.
Can I go rook a5? You go queen c6. Or rook b5 even.
No, I thought rook, queen c6, but...
Okay, maybe rook here.
queen c6 anyway.
Actually, hang on a second. Could I take here and somehow try to get queen d2, but you have knight f4 blocking the path for the queen.
Perhaps I also had the idea of queen e6, queen f6, queen h8.
Yes. Perhaps I can take with check now.
Yeah, if knight f4 worked, then knight f4 was easier.
Yeah. It does. I don't think it's going to work yet, but maybe white needs a precise move now, because while we see that bishop a4, it's possible to throw it in. It's important to actually do this precisely. Jan lost 5 minutes while his clock was running, right?
I think less.
Okay.
And if we do it a little bit differently, starting with c4 and after bishop e6 playing knight f5.
You want to play c4 here. If I went knight d7, then bishop a4 is a very unpleasant pin, I think, on the queen. So
We could also discuss c5 and then taking on f7.
okay, but then I thought I'd take on h3. So you take this, I take, you take, bishop takes f7, queen takes f7, queen takes c5. But now
that works for black.
it's overloaded. I take on h3, and this pawn is now defending two different things.
And the update is that he actually was away for 5 minutes. Good time feeling.
Yes, when a fourth of his time consumption is from not coming to the board. But I think he's going to have to think now, because it is time to come up with some exact moves. You can easily fritter away white's advantage if you're not exact. So
Okay, let's try c4, bishop e6 and knight f5.
but why do you want to play knight f5? Why don't you play bishop a4 after bishop e6? Bishop e6,
Yeah,
I go
maybe
bishop
just-
a4, kick you, and then I c5 in, right?
Yeah, right.
So let's say you go here, I go c5, and now you're really cramped because this pawn is stopping your bishop coming out. This is, and if I made a move like bishop c6 or yeah, bishop c6, looks very strong. So
And now I have
c4.
to think about something like
C4 is
bishop
slightly
e7.
committal, I agree. How do I do this? Should I go bishop b4 or? C4 is an. Excuse me. So now is it rook e d1? That seems the best square to put the rook.
And then c5, yeah? Okay, at least we are not given the space advantage.
Who isn't? Black. You mean?
Yeah, if black
If
plays
the bishop is
c5.
on the other side of it, right? But after c5 here, what did we look at? Bishop a4, right? And we thought that's still unpleasant. Is it so bad if I go?
Yeah, it's like everything is a
d6?
bit worse for black, but what is less worse than the other lines? So, is it like all the plans should be connected with c4? Or do you have some other ideas?
The only other idea might be knight d2, c4.
With the bishop on e3, maybe it's less attractive. Because if there was no bishop on e3, then we could continue the route with knight e3 and then bring it to f5 or d5.
So the white knight went from d2, and instead of going to c4, it went to f1, and then instead of going to e3, it went to g3. And now you want to do with this knight a second maneuver to e3. But in a way, it's interesting. This is one of these examples in chess where you have too many pieces fighting for the same good square.
So just a comparison. Theoretically, white's knight from g1 could come to g3 in 2 moves, and white's knight from b1 could come to c4 also in 2 moves. But instead, the knight from b1 went knight d2, knight f1, knight g3, it's 3 moves, and the knight from g1 went knight f3, knight d2, knight c4, also 3 moves.
Also, I think it's worth pointing out none of this has actually happened yet. We're just thinking about what to do with this f3 knight. But the other thing is, can I just play bishop a2 and then try to play queen d2 and bishop h6?
You're very aggressive today. You want to checkmate as soon as possible.
Well, it's a Rylopes thing, isn't it? Bishop takes h6 and putting a knight on f5. I mean, that's what we bring the knight to g3 for. But I don't see it happening here. Okay, so rook d1. So this kind of anticipates bishop e6 that we can take and play c4. What else does it do?
And again, leaving the board. It's good that the players, they have their refreshment areas, actually like the whole room, where they can have some snacks, and also they have the screen on which they can check if the move has been played or not. So now let's see what Magnus prepared, because he must have anticipated rook to d1. I don't think he will spend another 20 minutes here. That would be really
even more. I would say rook d1 is the move he would play himself very quickly if he was white. So
okay,
it feels like he's sitting on the wrong side of the board to me. I don't know why.
It feels like he wants to make a move. Not really. Okay, he changed his mind. So we can see bishop e6. I don't know what are the other reasonable moves. It's not. There are not so many.
No, the thing is, every square that black could put a piece, white has some piece which could attack it there. I mean, I'd considered briefly queen c6 to see if I could play bishop c5, but then bishop a4, and then you're all over the place.
Yeah, bishop e6.
Bishop e6, after all. Okay. So bishop a4, bishop d7, c4, or just take on e6 and c4? Which do you think?
It feels like after bishop a4 we have more space.
Also, bishop a4, I could play queen e7, because now I can meet c4 with bishop c5.
Oh, that's very nice.
So the thing is, after queen e7, this was the original thing, but the rook is no longer on e1. So I have this square accessible now. The rook has stepped away, and it's no longer pinning the queen. So I have knight f4. You could take this and put a knight here and try to claim that you'll come to c6. But I feel I will escape just in time with queen e6. You want to go rook e1 first.
Queen d8 and then knight d4.
Queen d8, knight d4. And then I make a move like rook b6 perhaps.
Queen c8.
You want to go queen c8 instead of that?
Well, Just mentioning the possibilities. Queen c8, I thought I might threaten c5. Okay,
well,
not very
I might sit like this and claim that it's a clamp of some sort because it's not easy for you to move anywhere. But I think rook b6 you could clamp anyway, but then I can try to undermine like this.
Yeah, rook b6 is a better version.
Yeah. Even this is uncomfortable, but I feel bishop a4, okay. Now, we'll see if he does play queen e7. Also, there is one more intermezzo, which maybe doesn't work. After bishop f5, ef5, you could try e4. fg6, gf3. And the problem is the bishop which used to be pinning and now has to come back to do it. But unfortunately, it might still be very strong. Let's see, if I go here, you go g3.
Wasn't it better to take on g2?
Possibly. If I capture here?
Let's try king h8 and hope that I won't be checkmated there.
Yeah, I don't know, rook a5 or queen f5. I mean, to stop your queen coming here. Sorry, coming here. So, something like that maybe keeps me a comfortable pawn up. Also, now your king is buried.
Yeah, I'll always have to calculate some bishop
pawn,
a6.
there is no way to get out of that square. White could bring his bishop to d4, pointing it in that direction. So,
that looks unpleasant.
Yeah, sorry, I don't know why I keep doing that. Queen e5, you can play bishop f7 check, king h8, g3.
I don't really see an attack. Okay, queen h5 is the move, but maybe just rook a4, rook h4.
Rook a4, queen h3 is actually threatening something. But I could step here.
Bishop g3.
fg3, queen e5, forking the house, right? Yeah, I think we have lost the plot completely here. Bishop f7, check, king h8. Maybe,
yeah, from the
maybe
current
from
the current position, we are on this one.
We are entertainers after all. So gf3, queen h2 check, king f1. What can we do now? If you take, I just go here, and surprisingly, I'm slightly safe again. So maybe you prefer to bring the knight out like this. But then I would have queen f5.
Queen f5, it's already a bit dangerous. Some rook b2 ideas after, immediately or after knight g3. Okay, nothing.
Right, okay, sure. None of this happened,
Yeah,
by the
none
way.
of this happened.
None of this happened, but I hope it was an enjoyable ride for everyone. So bishop d7. Now c4 or takes in c4 or something along those lines. I'm worried though that it might be fizzling out if we do this badly. So for c4 now, which we didn't have, black could play this tactic with knight d7. But now I can even play rook if I want, because the bishop is no longer attacking the second rook. That second rook has stepped to e1. So c4 looks to me quite decent. What do you think?
Yeah, c4 looks good, and it's one of the plans. Knight f5.
What would be another one? Knight f5.
Maybe now black can take on a4, and if rook a4, queen to c6.
Yes.
Somehow black is kind of coming out.
Yeah. I still have this move here, knight d2. To try and, but you could also do something here. You could do rook b2. So here, exchanging pieces relieves the pressure on you. This overloaded thing, so the queen has no choice but to take, and then I capture your rook. I think black is winning the e4 pawn now. So this was not a good thing to happen with knight f5. No, let's leave the knight on g3, protecting the e4 pawn, and let's try c4. I think that's still the way to go. Or I feel bishop takes d7 might be a decent way to do it. If queen d7, then c4 obviously. But knight d7, maybe c4 is not obvious. I could go knight f5.
Queen a6. Rook a6.
Rook a6 indeed. Queen c4.
Okay, now rook a d6.
But I mean, this is a clear pawn if I do it in this move order, because I'm just collecting the pawn on d6.
Is it so clear?
But do you want to play queen b3 or something?
Yeah. Or knight f6, I don't know what to start with. But maybe let's start with queen b3, yeah.
Queen b3. So let me take. You take.
Okay, so now we're just trying to find if it's a winning or if black can actually try to hope to save this position.
Maybe some quiet move like this, just to play knight d2 first.
Knight f6.
Knight d2.
Rook a3.
Okay. Shall I play c4?
Rook d3.
And if this doesn't collapse yet, maybe I can go rook b1 or rook a1. Or even king f1. No, you have knight takes e4, right?
If you don't have king e2, then I have.
So let me step aside. How bad is this? Yeah, it's knight d7. There is, of course, knight f5. Ah, that's what you did queen e6 for, right? Maybe this move c4 works now. Because once again, I'm landing.
And your idea was queen d2, attacking on d6 and bishop h6?
You want to do queen d2 here. I was, this bothered me because I thought if bishop h6, you interpolate here. I did consider bishop h6 and queen d2 as well, but I
And
think
then there is
here
some
queen
knight
f6
f4,
might
there
just
is
work.
queen f6.
Yeah, knight d7 maybe. So, what's the current position? Bishop d7.
This is Jan's typical thinking pose.
Yes.
Yeah, he must be quite happy about the outcome of the opening. Quite a comfortable position to play and clearly slightly better.
I think we are trending into clearly better territory. Or in just informant language, a plus over a minus sign. So.
Was chess informant, let's say, like, I don't know, 40 years ago, the most important book to check in terms of opening preparation?
Yes, I'm sure that for Karpov and Korchnoi, it was the most important component of their luggage to Baguio. to pack all the volumes to take it there. Maybe even in Merano, 1981, and could be even for a while longer. You took your informants with you in those days.
No, even me, when I played like European and the World Youth Championships under 10, I used to bring all the notes with me, like written notes. And, well, they were pretty heavy. I remember I had like 5 folders full of notes, so it must be a couple of kilos.
Indeed.
What do you usually drink during the game?
Water, juice, that sort of thing. Tea sometimes.
It's interesting what Jan has in his pot.
Yes. Some energy drink, perhaps.
Maybe something special. As far as I know, Magnus, he likes some oranges, fresh oranges with water.
Yes, he used to bring fresh oranges. I think Kramnik used to have his dried fruits and his chocolate there. Leko as well used to always bring his chocolate. I used to keep these energy bars sometimes. I'd usually forget to eat them during the game, but anyway, they'd be sitting there. So
it depends how the game is proceeding.
Yes, I mean, every once in a while you'll need a little energy and you try to have something, raisins, this kind of dried fruits and so on.
Yeah, but very likely it should be some tea or some water or some special ingredients. So after bishop d7, Jan is taking some time.
Well, it should be noted that the position is still symmetrical and it's very easy for this advantage to fizzle away. So
but somehow it seems not to be that sure that the advantage is huge.
To be honest, at least I got excited with White's position and then I've been acting as if it's much better. But this may not even be true. So we should...
no, I think
it's
White
one thing
should
to say
be
that
better,
White...
but
I would rather be White here is one statement. Another thing is White is better. So I don't think we're getting there. Slightly clearly better.
Yeah, Magnus didn't like it. Okay, I don't want to sit and watch this position. Let's do something else.
Yeah.
But you know, Magnus is in some troubles now. Because if after rook b8 he doesn't find the improvement, then he doesn't know what Jan prepared after bishop b7. But he can try before in the next game.
Yes. Well, I think worrying about what would it be, the 7th or 8th game, it's a bit premature at this point, I think. For the moment, they should be... It should be 8th game because they... sorry, when did they change colors? Between 7 and 8, right? Oh, they don't change.
Yeah.
Okay, so that is simple.
No, it's just white, black, white, black.
All the way.
Yes, so the last game, if we have all 14 games with the classical time control, then Magnus will play it with white pieces.
Okay.
He started with black. Yeah.
So that is confirmed. Leonard says that they do not change colors this time. So then it's the normal thing. He will have... he'll have a chance in game 7, but I don't think that's highly relevant now.
Yeah, and the time control is also interesting to mention that the players, they have 2 hours for the first 40 moves, followed by 1 hour for the next 20 moves, and followed by 15 minutes until the rest of the game, and they get additional 30-second increment only starting from move number 61. So that means that Magnus has only or not only, but 52 minutes for the remaining 19 moves.
Yeah.
And no increment.
Okay, now Jan is consuming some serious amount of time. First big thing of the game, which by itself is not very much, but by far his biggest thing so far. So what were we looking at? Bishop d7. We thought knight d7, which is a kind of strange move in itself. And then knight f5, queen e6. It feels like white should have more than rook a6, queen b3, and only that. I wonder what it could be.
Yeah, and also a good question from Leonard. Vichy, how do you think the match would be affected if the time control was shorter? It would be a completely different match.
Exactly. You would get used to it. I mean, people start with whatever time control they have and they get used to that. When I play rapid games, that seems very long to me. But when I play rapid games after a classical game, then it feels very short. So everything is relative, of course. These are people who play blitz games all the time, and yet even in blitz, they feel like they have ages to make a decision if the circumstances are right.
But do you feel that the match will be decided after the classical portion, after within 14 games, or will we see tie breaks? And feeling predictions?
I think there are very good odds that the match doesn't go to tie breaks because these are two strong, dangerous players, so anything can go wrong for either one. But if we have not seen a decision by game 10, then the price of a mistake is too high. Mm-hmm. And I think then they will start to be much more cautious. You saw it last time with Fabiano. By the time they got to the end, even good positions, if they were not sure, they were agreeing draws and moving on. And because the pressure of every move gets higher. So if we haven't seen anything till game 8 or 10, I don't know exactly, then I think they'll start to climb up and go straight for the tie breaks. That doesn't mean they're not trying at all, but they will try while trying to run no risk whatsoever, and it will become much more cautious because then the price of a mistake will be too high.
Yeah, especially after Magnus' experience with in his match with Karyakin, when he lost the game with white pieces, and I think it was only 3 to go or 4 to go.
Well, it was 4 to go, but then he drew game 9 in a very difficult position, and then he won game 10. But honestly, that was
he was on the verge of
even
losing
to me,
the match.
Looking from the outside, it looked like by the skin of his teeth he had survived that match. It must be a nightmare because I've also had these feelings when you lose a game and you fall behind the match. You don't see how you're going to win. You don't know what is going to change suddenly the dynamic of the match. So it gets quite difficult.
More or less, that's what happened in your game, in your match against Gelfand. You lost in game 7. Yeah,
and then I won game 8. But basically, while I had prepared myself for a big battle and I tried to put a very sharp position, suddenly, almost by a miracle, Boris just blundered and the game was over immediately. So while I was suffering, the suffering was very brief. I mean, it was over within 2 or 3 hours. It was over very quickly.
It was quite a short game.
It was a strange experience. Yes, it was a very strange experience because, much less even. It was a very strange experience though because it felt like almost like I had a helping hand from somewhere. So that won't be the norm.
I remember that I watched that press conference after that game, and you said that you barely slept that night.
That's right.
And then the next game you won, so it must have been very relieving.
Well, I slept very well on the night after the 8th game because anyway there was a rest day as well, and it feels like a blessing. You are behind in the match, you're wondering how you're going to come back, and then already the next night you're caught up.
And then
so those are special things, but you can never be completely sure with these things. I once lost the 8th game to Topalov, who then came back in the match to a tight score, and it was before the rest day. So that was the harder version of it. But I could sleep very well before the previous 2 rest days, so that was different.
Bishop d7, was it played, or is it still on our analysis board?
I think it's our analysis board.
Yeah, because it seems that
Jan is still thinking.
Yeah, he looks like the person who is thinking.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, his clock is ticking. Yeah, it's his move.
Well, we see the bishop still on a4 as well, so it's confirmed. It did not happen yet.
Well, there are two moves. Either bishop d7. No, maybe three. Bishop d7, c4, knight f5.
Yeah, knight f5 I thought was simply a mistake because of this little trick. Now you're already forced to take with the queen, because if you take with the rook, there's this tactic messing it up.
We looked at it.
Yes. Knight f5 is a clear mistake in my opinion, but beyond that it could be bishop d7, it could be c4.
Well, knight f5, bishop a4, queen a4 is theoretically possible.
Yes.
But maybe it's less dangerous than the other options.
It feels like, yeah, less, sorry. I should have it somewhere. Bishop d7, knight f5, bishop a4.
But I think you can just put the moves on the board without trying to find the lines which we actually looked at earlier.
Yes, bishop a4, sorry, that's where we are. And now queen a4 is possible. I mean, I could already start exchanging
and even
like that, or rook a8 as well, right?
I thought maybe taken and rook fd8 followed by knight e8, just building this defensive.
Yeah, something like this, and rotate your pieces back. I don't expect knight f5, but it'll be either c4 or bishop takes d7. I'm leaning towards bishop d7 because it seemed that after queen d7 there were more unpleasant options with c4. So you would have to take with the knight. And it feels like, nope, exactly. Oh, what is this? He just went knight d2. And I've been blowing on about knight f5 and everything. But then he's keeping maximum pressure.
Yeah, we had the idea of bringing the knight to c4, but not in this position.
So evidently Magnus doesn't think this is such a great thing to have. Why is that? What did he see that he didn't like?
Jan doesn't think.
Yeah. Well, Magnus also didn't seem... so maybe he didn't have much of a choice, but...
Okay, let's play queen c6.
c5. Isn't that what we kind of wanted? Maybe rook b4. I'll have something, queen d2 maybe, or something which will win material.
And if just rook d8, bring the bishop to f8.
I think then something like this. Bishop f8, and then either take and put the rook on a6, or even rook is c1 and put the rook here. Though then you have time to play rook a8. Maybe holds things off. So take rook a6 and kick your queen a bit. Nothing concrete. It's just it feels like you're putting a lot of pressure. But of course,
even after queen c4, black could try rook a8 before bishop f8. Like a lot of action today.
Yeah. Yes. It's a reasonable way to defend, I think.
But this certainly doesn't look so bad for black.
Yes. But clearly they're just evaluating it differently from me, and I'm quite curious why. Maybe this is what it is.
Okay, now I think I more or less understand why all these things are happening and why we have so much of noise today in the studio. Because tomorrow we are celebrating the Golden Jubilee for the 50th National Day of the United Arab Emirates. So it's huge. And we don't have the game tomorrow. Tomorrow is the rest day, the World Championship match. But it's definitely not the rest day here. It's a celebration day here.
Yes, that's right. But now he has to play queen a4, right?
he has
Yes,
played queen
he has
a4.
played queen a4 because the same trick was happening again, and black gets to relieve a little bit. Maybe also rook a8 is possible, so no big thing.
So
But
queen's
Jan has in
off,
fact taken the queen.
and Magnus has taken the queen. So another endgame for
Yes.
us.
But already I would say Magnus should be quite relieved here.
I also feel so.
Yes.
Rook
Because
a8.
this feels like it's going to fizzle out a bit.
I feel like white could try to play more actively. And also with the queens on the board. Because when the queens are off, also now you'll trade the rooks. Well, that feels like easier to play for black than it was before.
Yes. This looks already
rook
fine
a1?
for black. So rook a1, I take, you take, and I bring my rook here. Basically, I want to keep some possibility of activity. Get it here, maybe. Again,
Rook
as
a1
and when
was
this
played.
thing. Yeah. So now he's not going to give up that file. So rook a4, rook a4.
Takes.
And here we are. Rook b8. Even it's time to maybe consider knight f4 and knight e6. But he has
No,
played
rook
rook b8, okay.
It reminds me very much of their third game, when Jan was pressing a little bit, but then the position got simplified really quite quickly, and the players got an end game, and then it was a draw in that game.
Yeah.
And this one also looks, well, much closer to a draw than to a decisive result. It still seems like the only play of improvement for white is to push c4, c5. Or maybe...
But here I could play knight d7, I could play rook b2, so many plans I have.
Okay, what else? Somehow knight f5 and knight c4, but we have to be careful with our e4 pawn.
Okay, let's try this move, knight f5. How would black do this? Would he go knight e7? Maybe rook b2 to put it here and counterattack this pawn a little bit?
I prefer knight e7 after knight f5.
Guess takes. Then king f1 and king e2 and king d3. And still these light squares are very attractive for white's pieces. So knight f5 maybe.
Starting with king f1, king e2, king d3, maybe less attractive because black is playing, black will play maybe knight d7, then bishop c5 or knight c5.
Anyway, I think we can maybe take a short break here while we're waiting for what plan Jan is going to execute.
Yeah, okay, good idea. So we're going for a short break, but stay tuned, we'll be back in a couple of minutes.
Today, more than ever, when the world comes together to create a better tomorrow.
It's going to be magic.
Magic. Magic with music.
With architecture.
With colors.
Magic with celebration.
With your safety.
From here.
There.
And everywhere.
For 6 whole months, day and night.
Join the making of a new world starting October 1st.
Welcome back, everyone. It's the 5th game of the World Championship match between Magnus Carlsen and Jan Nepomniachtchi. And before the break, there have been a lot of trades in the position, and now we are in an end game. So we didn't expect that, but this is the current position, and the last move played was rook to a6. So let's take a look at that.
Yes, obviously we were considering moves like capturing here and pushing the black bishop back like this. Queen c4, for instance, and you can see that this pawn restricts the bishop. So we were examining those kind of ideas and getting excited in the middle game. But Jan decided to allow the exchange of queens, and essentially he's claiming that he still has a small edge based on these light squares. I would say I expected this move later rather than now, but here we are. So the line I had been thinking of was, why not counterattack this pawn? So he comes here. Now if you do this, I wanted to go here. You capture, I capture, and it's not very easy to defend this pawn. However, I thought white could attack with this knight. Whereupon black counterattacks this pawn, white captures, black captures, white protects his pawn, and black protects his. Was kind of the variation I was throwing out just before returning. And Magnus says, you know what, my rook on b8, I like it here. Let me just defend with the knight right away. Now he has the option to bring this knight back, or bring it here. In fact, if knight f5, what would you play, Anna? Would you go knight e7? Or no, knight e7, rook d6. No, we have knight f5. Would you do this, or would you reroute it to e6?
I would try to make knight e7 work. If not, I really like the plan with knight f8, knight e6, or knight f8, knight d7.
However, if knight f8, maybe I can harass your bishop like this. How will you defend it?
Seems like rook d8 is more or less the only option, because now I have to keep the rook on the back rank.
Or you could counterattack this pawn. But here I think
But
that's
then
rook
rook
a8
a8,
is unpleasant, right?
There was also the idea to bring the rook to d1 and protect the bishop on d6, but the same problem with rook a8.
So it might be simpler just to protect it like this and then come out with e6. I could take this. Will you take with a knight probably? And then I could give a check. Put the knight here.
I kind of have the feeling that the screen is frozen, but maybe we can get the confirmation from our producer. Because that's why, okay, we can enjoy ourselves as much, as long as we want to, but the viewers only see the lines we are showing.
Right. So knight e8, sensible move, just defending the bishop, more importantly defending the c7 pawn in case the bishop needs to step away. Also, if he wanted to go knight e7, he could have done it first, right?
He could also think maybe...
And after knight c4, go to e8 now. So it's kind of interesting he chose e8. Maybe he wants to keep the option of putting the knight on f4, for instance.
And just 1 second. I thought about the idea of knight d7 if knight f5, bishop f5, but maybe if I start with knight d7, there is some rook. Okay, after rook c6, I have knight d7.
Knight d7 is more active than what he did. But of course, I could go knight c4, bishop c5, and rook c6. So now I'm attacking this pawn. You capture. I take. Are we still not on the board? We're wondering if...
Okay, let's go to the current position, and when everything will be settled, then we can show the lines. And
Yes.
meanwhile, we can calculate. King f1 was played. This is what we see from the camera angle. So after knight e8, king f1.
So Jan is in no hurry at all. He wants to bring his king up the board and then make life very unpleasant for Magnus based on all these light squares. In fact, the king could even go all the way up to this square. Sorry, it should probably follow this route.
Especially after trading the rooks, if you bring the king to c6.
Well, why stop there? Go on to b7 or d7, but it's just the plan. It's not likely, but it's a plan.
So earlier we also discussed the ideas with knight d7 instead of knight e8. Maybe now we can show it on the board.
Yes, we discussed knight d7, but then I go knight c4, and if she trades the bishops, then rook c6, bishop e3, knight e3, rook b7, and suddenly I have knight d5 winning this pawn. Of course, black could play bishop d6 and continue fighting a bit, but it looks unpleasant if I put all that. So maybe knight e8 is more sensible. It's true that I didn't see clearly what was wrong with knight e7, but
so knight e8 and king f1.
yes. And Jan is just claiming that, you know what, I'm going to advance my king up the board, put it in a nice square like this, keep it ready to go on the queen side. Something like that. In a dream where you exchange the rooks, but not right now.
And if black brings the king to d7?
Well, that's always going to be unpleasant because when I do knight f5, I can stop your king getting out further, right?
And when you play knight f5, what if black plays knight e7?
Yes. Maybe I can strengthen it with g4 or king e2. So that when you take, I change the pawn structure a little bit. I don't know.
Something like king e7.
And if knight e4, just knight f6. Could play g4 and king d3.
Yeah, of course, we all understand that the position is better for white. The question is like how much it is better. Also some other idea, maybe king e2, king e7.
Go on.
I thought like knight f5, king d7, knight c4, and the knight on e8 is like going to stay there for a longer period. And I mean, like after knight e7, we can play knight c to d6.
If I do this, what's happening? You take here?
Oh yeah.
Take with a
Knight
knight.
d6.
that what you said?
I thought knight g7. I don't know.
Okay. And I take
King d3. Or even rook h6.
But then I take here.
Okay, maybe king d3 was better.
Back, yeah. King d3, maybe I just go back to d6.
We can take on h6.
No, wait.
But then somehow the pieces are tangled.
Maybe rook b2 is a decent option.
Yeah. Like the pieces, the knight on g7, the bishop on h6.
Well, I'm counterattacking now on these squares, so it's getting
out of
better.
play.
Yeah.
What did Magnus play?
Knight f8.
Knight f8. So the knight is coming to sour. I don't know if to e6 or d7.
It usually goes somewhere.
It usually goes to e6, I think.
So knight f5, knight e6. And if knight c4, then I counterattack your pawn. No, I can't counterattack because of rook a8. So king f1, knight f8. Knight f5. It's still unpleasant for black.
Maybe actually knight d7. And after knight c4. I'm not sure I can make it. That's about bishop c5, but it's... for example, knight e5, I don't know.
So based on the overload again, but I could start giving checks.
Yeah, check. And when the king comes to d1, you take on e3.
Ah, sure. Let me go to e1, then as well. So.
Then as well, bishop e3, and it comes with a check. So maybe knight e5 doesn't work.
Wait, I can do this.
Knight e3. Bishop e3.
I take here.
Okay, it didn't work. Let's try another idea.
Yeah. But knight d7 maybe maybe I should start with rook c6. No, but then the rook will get trapped there.
Knight f5, I think. Yeah, knight f5.
Okay, so this has happened. And now let's see what Magnus's idea was. It's still unpleasant, and maybe it was good judgment that his king is just better placed in the endgame.
If he goes passively with knight e6, knight c4, rook d8.
Okay.
Perhaps g4 to stop h5, g6 idea.
Yes, it could be a good moment to do g4. So what Anna wants to do now is to play h4, h5, fixing this pawn on a dark square. But if we had done this with h4, black would have played h5. So that's why she wants to start with g4 to then move this pawn up there.
I also want to stop black's h5, because one of the ideas maybe like for black to play h5 and then g6.
He has gone knight e6. So will knight c4 happen now? Let's see.
And it's move number
29.
So 11 to go until the first time control.
Yeah.
And Magnus has 32 minutes and Jan 1 hour. So far in any single game, the players were close to some real-time trouble.
Not really. Game 2 maybe, but even that...
Even there it was
they had
fun.
an entire blitz game ahead of them if they wanted. So...
And it's a bit sad because it's very exciting to watch.
Sure.
But definitely not sad for the players who are so much stressful even without the time trouble. Okay, knight e6. Well, knight c4 should be played. And what's Magnus' idea after knight c4? If he, okay,
Well,
bishop c5 now. Can he?
yes.
Can he do
So
that?
Jan
No,
is
not
making natural moves very fast, all that. Now it's a kind of decision time for Magnus. What is he going to do? Is he going to play bishop c5 or is he going to play rook d8? I simply don't see any other moves.
Okay, rook d8 is just like a passive defense.
And it's so atypical of Magnus to do rook d8. That's why I think he'll... But it's a horrible position, simply.
But bishop
Still very
c5.
unpleasant. I thought this kind of move maybe kept things going just a bit longer, but here we are. Knight 8, king f1, knight f8. So this is the current position.
And if bishop c5, maybe let's check this line a little bit. So I don't actually believe in bishop c5 because so many things start to hang.
But what if I just took this?
Yeah, if you take, then something like bishop e3, knight e3, knight c5.
No, I was wondering if I had some knight e7 just yet. Or can I play fe3? Or you then play knight f6, okay.
It feels very dangerous.
Yeah.
Maybe rook c6.
But then takes,
Knight takes.
knight d8,
Rook c5.
f6.
Knight d5. Okay, now, yeah, just knight e6 and...
Or rook b7 or... Yeah, knight e6 looks perfectly fine.
Still a bit better for white, but maybe the advantage is evaporating. But rook d8 is so much safer.
Yes, but then you've merely put off the problem for later, which is after the g4 you still don't have a move on the king side. And if I get to lock the pawns like this, then 20 moves later you suddenly realize I still can't get out of this bind my opponent has me in.
So you would actually prefer to make bishop c5 work or some other move?
I don't know, I feel that perhaps something a bit earlier...
I remember
here
that
after
yeah,
rook a6,
like knight
something
e8
active. I think I
like.
tried rook b2 briefly before we left, just to counterattack here. I didn't want to sit this passively, so I wanted to come here and then hopefully strike here or there. Perhaps he was afraid of this trick. 。 . 。  . 。 . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . Maybe that's what convinced him to go here. Anyway, back to the current position. He's gone rook d8.
Another idea maybe to try rook a5.
You mean stop bishop c5 forever?
I also mean that, well, asking black what will you do with the e5 pawn, and after black plays f6, then
g4.
Then g4, and black will not put the knight on f6. Like weakening the light squares a little bit more.
Yeah, that's a very nice move actually, rook a5.
Though knight f6 here is possible.
Why, if f3?
But the move is possible.
So this is looking very good for white again. Then there must be... It'd be interesting to see when the evaluation shifted, because around about here I felt that the worst was over for black. But he's dropped right back into the soup. And this looks very good again. This is good prophylactic thinking. You see what a black's aim is, and you simply stop that before you proceed on the other side.
Magnus is known to be good at playing such positions from white side. Yeah.
Well, like
I
said, I feel that he dropped on the wrong color. But
and actually, what happens when he has to defend, like passively defend a position? Is he good in that, in your opinion?
He's very good in that, but everybody suffers here. Most people eventually collapse. It is one of the problems that in positions you don't like, you collapse much faster. Certainly he's a good defender. He has saved a lot of difficult positions, but no one really gets good in these tasks.
Okay, he's really very good at almost anything in chess.
Actually, I like rook a5. Rook a5, f6, g4 seems like a very nice plan.
Let's say bishop f8. How is white going to improve?
h4. King at 7, yes?
I didn't know what's the best way.
Well, that is a completely passive way of going about things. Bishop f8. We thought h4, king at 7.
Now rook a6 back.
Yes. Especially after h5, g6. If you take and you go rook a6, you're already somewhere in... You're winning a pawn because of the... No, you're not winning a pawn because of knight d6. That's the difference here. Because otherwise, if you went here, this pawn is undefended. And if you move this knight, then even this wins. But knight d6. Because he's not played rook a5 yet. So here we are. Is he going to play rook a5 or something else?
If he plays something like king e2, I think h5 is a good move. Followed by g6.
Sure.
And the knight will have to go to retreat somewhere. So maybe let's try to keep the knight on f5. Let's take a look at g4 immediately without rook a5.
What did we conclude? Bishop c5 was possible?
Yeah, I don't know. Okay, personally I prefer to play rook a5 and then g4.
The thing is, rook f6 is kind of useful, and you're putting already the rook is putting pressure on the 6th. So if we could play g4 without playing rook a5, and black now did this, then we are getting a very big initiative quite fast, because this position is never going to be safe for black. So the question really is, can this happen? And what is the evaluation here?
Can white try to keep the bishops on the board with bishop d2? Or is it too philosophical?
I don't know, can I try and swap something like this?
Yeah, I don't have the feeling that bishop d2 is the right move to make.
Or, the other suggestion, rook a5, and after f6, play g4. We have stopped bishop c5, but on the other hand, black can go back and try to move the king here and play g6. So it's a toss-up which plan you prefer.
Okay, I prefer this one for white. So bishop f8.
There's a detail here after h5, g6. So g4, fixing this square, bishop f8, h4. Black comes out. White goes h5, fixing all his pawns on light squares, and so this bishop will be able to attack all these pawns. But this bishop cannot attack any of the white king side pawns. And if g6, I think this is in fact winning material. Because this knight, if it moves, we capture here, like that. And if black plays knight d6, which I thought was temporarily holding, then I realized that now I can capture here. If you capture with the bishop, I take this pawn, either like this or with the knight. And if you take it with the pawn, I go rook a7. And funnily enough, you have no defense to the checkmate with the knight h4. So
Maybe I can play bishop g7, but this is a very sad bishop.
And if rook e7, you will...
Yeah.
Yeah.
And if bishop d6 there,
Yeah.
you wanted to take with the knight, yeah? Because if you take with the bishop, then I have knight c5.
Yes. When knight h6, okay, it's a pawn. And I've still got nice light squares. So.
Can we get some counterattack with the knight c5? I mean, in the final position.
Maybe.
But yeah, then bishop takes g5.
Rook d6. Yeah, in this position, Anna wanted to counterattack like this. So we took, and then this nice cheapo came in. In fact, even bishop b6 looks pretty strong.
Yeah.
But my point was you could do this, take and take with the pawn, and this is also dead. Should be dead, but...
Well, g5 is not the only move.
Yeah.
But if knight f5, then there is some counterattack with counterplay with
Okay, rook d8 has happened, and we're now waiting for the update. What move did he play? f3.
f3, and what is he going to do after h5?
Okay, this is what we were trying to desperately avoid with g4.
He didn't care about it at all.
Well, his whole thing is not to do rush it at all, and that is also a very good strategy. What he's saying, if I may be permitted to interpret, he can do this. You defend. So I go something like this, and maybe his knight can reroute like this. Sorry. I'll do that again. Knight can reroute like this. Sorry?
I don't have it. Well, we will show the lines. Just.
It's not appearing. Okay, f3 has happened. And after h5, we're wondering why he did not feel that he should play g4. Why he started with f3 instead of g4 is very interesting.
Well, maybe he thought that... okay, it's nice to have the knight on f5, but even if I rerouted to d3, he would still be okay there.
But it seems like a very conscious decision to never hurry and be willing to take every position very calmly.
Okay, maybe now we can show the line. Like, we were expecting h5.
Well, I think black shouldn't delay h5 because it could be locked there.
So what did Magnus do?
I would hope h5.
It didn't look like h5. f6.
Okay, and...
somehow we stopped guessing the moves.
Yeah, somehow we really lost the plot. We are obsessed with stopping h5, and black is not even trying to do it when he gets a chance. What is going on? Why didn't he jump at this chance to play? And
maybe Magnus thought that, well, if you didn't want to play g4, that means you don't want to play. And I can just bring my king closer, f6, king f7. And let's first see what you're going to do after f3. What's your plan? If you play h4, I'll play h5 then. Or if you play g4?
Well, with f3, at least it was clear Jan's plan is now bishop c5 never works because the e4 pawn is defended. But...
okay, not like bishop c5 is impossible.
No, like this, I mean that
now
knight c5 no longer works.
Yeah, but after f6...
yeah, that is...
and king f7, bishop c5 can be played. Well, quite a
bishop
question.
c5 is
Yeah,
always
the
going to
rook
run
e6,
into rook e6,
no, I
but
don't have
yes, in
f6.
some version. So g4 here. But he could have done that one move ago, so I don't understand what's going on. And if he's not going to play g4, what is he going to play? Just king e2 and rotate his knight back, or?
It's not so easy to come up with an improvement of the position. Okay, let's imagine we can do anything we want. What can we do?
Why didn't he do this? It's really an interesting question. Why didn't he not touch this? Anyway,
yeah, this is the question the players will have to answer at the press conference.
Well, if somebody asks them. So.
Okay, usually there are a couple of questions related to the game, so very likely.
But will this exact moment be covered? I don't know.
Also, it's interesting what the other commentators said about that.
About which one?
Like about this moment with h5. Should it be allowed? Or
sure.
How much useful king f2 is?
What is the point of king f2?
I don't know. Okay, the point is...
Yes, go on.
Maybe after g4, knight g5.
g4?
Mm-hmm.
King g2. So you played king f2 so that you would be defended right away. And why didn't you do it with king
I think
e2?
It's my deepest idea in the life.
Well, it's a nice idea, but any reason not king e2 but king h2, gf2? Because I thought it's always nice to have the king ready to go here. But okay, it's quite a prophylactic idea. King f2 defends the f3 pawn.
And not so easy to find something else. So f6 has been played. Maybe you can already put the pawn on f6.
Yes. And now Jan is thinking.
So f6, move number 31. 9 moves to go to pass the first time control. I'm expecting king e2. That's somehow... That goes logical way. Yeah, you didn't play g4 earlier, so...
Of course he goes g4 now.
Very logical. King f7. Yeah, Magnus didn't bother about this g4.
But this sequence really baffles me. Why not g4 in the beginning? Why is h5 wrong? Why on earth is h5 wrong? What are we missing? Okay.
Yeah, there is some idea, I don't know.
Yes, so
to
F6
take
has
on.
happened. Sorry, F3, F6, G4, King F7, H4. All this has happened.
Magnus is about to make his move, so
Once again, it's quite unpleasant for black. Bishop F8, I think, yeah.
But Magnus isn't so much worried. Maybe he doesn't see how white can make progress. So even if you play h5, well, first of all, maybe white has to be careful with rook d3. So let's say king e2. Yeah, king e2. And then let's say white puts the pawn on h5. And then?
Well, he's in fact already traded off a pair of...
So maybe knight cd6. I guess bishop d6. And can I try c4?
Or maybe just, if I put this here, now maybe the rook can activate itself eventually via b8, I don't know. And try to come in like this. But still, surprisingly passive defense from Magnus. I don't think Magnus is very keen to repeat this position because it must be an ordeal for him.
And also it was possible that on earlier stage white could improve the play. Besides knight cd6, white can also take with a knight from f5.
Yes.
But I don't see what we can actually achieve with the knight on c4.
What about knight d2? Just to keep the knights a bit longer.
g6.
Allowing knight...
Take on g5.
And now my knight is quite far away to counterattack anything, right? Of course, g6, I could still take here.
Bishop.
And then claim that you committed something here, but I don't know how to... You'll play h5, yes? Yeah.
So more likely knight c to d6.
Yes. Or perhaps knight a5 or something. But then g6. By the way, after knight d2, g6, I can actually come back here and try to play h5 with my knight defending that pawn. But
would it be critical even if I play g5 after h5?
Yes, but would you play such a way in an actual game? Because you'd be afraid you'd lose all the endings, right? Okay, but I agree. I think this is the most likely plan.
Okay, maybe let's try to find some ideas after h5 and bishop f8, yeah?
I mean, black's totally passive, but maybe that's all right.
If you try to trade the rooks,
How?
a rook a2, a rook d2.
Yeah. No, I mean that black will just step out and... Okay, this has happened. So you're going to play h5. Also for h5, I don't have this move because of rook takes e6. Again, intermezzo. And he has played h5. So he's fixed his pawns on great squares for all time. And now the question is, can he enter with his king? If white's king could move up the board, then black's defense will collapse. But that doesn't seem to be possible right now.
Yeah, bishop f8. The problem is that now you have to keep the bishop on e3 because of knight f4 idea.
Yes.
The king cannot penetrate there. If you could somehow bring the king to c4.
Yes, but...
that would be nice.
Magnus has gone for a totally passive approach and decided that he can live with this, and he doesn't see any way for white to enter. So I think we can settle in for a nice long game today. I don't think Jan will let this go so easily, but at the same time, there seems to be no obvious way to break through.
Yeah, that's why I actually suggested the plan of trading the rooks so that we can bring the king to c4. But as Visha said earlier, even rook b8, if rook d2, just to king
also
a8.
Here, rook a2, I can try to ask you if you're willing to exchange the bishops.
Yeah, I don't like it so much.
I mean, I
It's
can go
not
bishop
a
d2, but then we are right back where we started. Maybe what you can do is actually, instead of rook a2, go rook a5. So you stop bishop c5, but you threaten rook d5.
Yeah, but more or less then after rook b8, I also have to...
Well, then king d3. So the king goes to c4. The question is, if black comes from here and tries to attack on f1, how do we break through?
First of all, do we break through?
Oh, we'll find a way. I can also go here. Threaten to go to...
Oh,
Not that I'm really threatening anything, but anyway. Let's say rook b3.
Rook b3, maybe king d3.
Rook b1.
It's kind of passive, but everything is protected.
Yes.
Like the pawn on g7 is overprotected, the pawn on c7 is also very well protected. The knight on f5 is really a beautiful knight in the position, but it can't get more strength.
Yeah. Black's defensive structure seems to be working here.
Somehow I'm running out of the ideas.
Yes.
Update from Leonard. Apparently there is some interesting tweet by Nigel Short, who said the position of Magnus Carlsen is certainly holdable but nevertheless unpleasant. This is exactly the sort of thing one would wish to avoid against Anatoly Karpov, for example. True. We can agree that this is the kind of position you wish to avoid in any of the games. But maybe at the same time,
Also,
it's
we
not
can
that
add
bad.
that Magnus Carlsen would like to avoid this position against Magnus Carlsen. So,
But do you believe that if he played with white pieces, he could actually come up with something strong and meaningful?
on the other hand, you can also see that white has no more pawn breaks left in the position. There is no possibility to play g3 and f4, for instance. So white has way fewer options to break through. Perhaps it's time to give up on this idea that this knight can do miracles here and bring it around.
So to
d3 and it'll have more prospects queens. And of course, there's always the question of details. If the black bishop can come to c5 in exchange, then we don't even have a weakness anymore. So I think it'll involve rook a5, rook b8, and then bring the knight back. But I don't see how to do it. The devil is in the details here. Okay, this is going to be a long game. Shall we take a short break now?
If you can. Yeah, just a short break, and we will be back, and we are sure that the game will still continue. We'll just know which move Jan Nepomniachtchi made, or maybe we'll come up with some new ideas after the break. So stay tuned. And we are back after the break, during which actually many moves have been played, but the position hasn't changed much. So we stopped after h5, bishop f8, and maybe you can put the position like right there. And here we discussed rook a5 idea, which was actually played, rook a5 with the idea to stop bishop c5. After rook a5, Magnus played king e8. Then rook d5, the idea we discussed, to try to trade the rooks in order to penetrate with the king to c4. So maybe we'll just scroll to the move. Rook a5, king
so
a8.
The idea was for this king to finally cross over. The rook had to be cut off, so he went rook d5. Unfortunately, there's a little problem that when you try to advance here, the rook gets trapped. So he dropped his rook back before presumably aiming for this thing. Black went rook a2 check. It's not entirely clear to me why, if he was going to the queen side, why he didn't try it here. Anna suggested that maybe it was king d7, activating the king a little bit. But it is true that Magnus found an ultra-passive fortress. We were starting to worry about this plan of fixing the pawns, fixing a white pawn here on the light squares and leaving black with weaknesses. But I now appreciate how clever Magnus's idea was, which was he gave white every chance to advance his h pawn to h5.
Like after
so
f3
you'll see, after f3 he had a chance to play h5, but he didn't disturb it at all. He let white do all the running. White fixed his pawn in the perfect way, because now all endgames should be lost. But Magnus gambled that in fact he will not get an endgame. He will not be able to trade the last piece. And now Jan has come back to this. He came back. White gave a check. Black went rook d2. Sorry, white went rook d2 and black has gone rook a1.
And the players reached move 40.
Which is the time control.
Which means they finished the first time control. They got additional 1 hour. And surprisingly, they are still sitting over the board. The previous time they reached the time control, they actually both left the board immediately, but now they are still sitting. So maybe they're also running out of the ideas.
Yes, and so brilliant defensive concept by Magnus. He understood that this threatening white phalanx on the king side is only valid with fewer pieces. Now Jan has an option, which is to offer an exchange of a move repetition in effect, or he could try to go on ahead with king d3, king d7, and c. I'm not even completely sure why it's necessary to bring the king out to c6, but I don't see anything wrong with it either.
Even if you don't play king d7, but let's say we do it with rook f1, attacking the pawn on f3, how is white going to?
My idea was after rook f1 to go rook f2. And then continue king c4.
Yeah, maybe no. It's not necessary to allow that.
And to be honest, we don't see any clear plan for white. If the white pawn had been on g3, f4 would be very strong actually as a plan. But white has put his pawns in such a way that it's no longer possible for him to break through. And that means the only way is if the king is able to break through, but I just don't see that happening either. So certainly we don't see any real plans here for white. We did consider that maybe it was time to bring the knight back, take the knight around the long way. But then it's a pity that Jan didn't do it here. He could still have done it like this. And then his knight is much better placed on c4 than it is on f5, ironically. He can still make a decent winning attempt. But has Jan repeated? Is he offering a repetition rather?
He actually played rook d1, but
yes.
if he's going to offer the repetition or
Magnus
not,
is not going to. Magnus is not
No,
going to
he's
now try to play because he has
not to
nothing to
reject.
play for. And yes, rook a2 check, and they're going to repeat a couple of times. Yes, good.
rook d2.
No, I just I'm saying yes, they are repeating. Not that I'm not that I'm sort of dramatically hoping for this result. I'm merely making the case. Will you stop laughing? I'm merely making the case that our hunch was correct.
Okay, but let's look at this position with the knight on c4. How could actually
Yes.
we try to improve?
So if this was the case, and while black goes back here, I thought that maybe the knight could poke around on c6 or something like that.
But you know, I mean, yeah, we can also check this.
Yes, he has
But
made it a
with-
third time.
But with the
Yes.
with the knight on c4,
Rook
we
d1
can
is a draw.
actually.
What's that?
I mean that if we have this position on the board with the knight on c4, then black can play king e7, king d7. So there are some advantages, but also disadvantages of having the knight on f5.
Okay, he could do this.
Sorry, okay, we will show this line later because now we can only see the live board, and the live board is, of course, in the final position. And okay, there is a little chat between the players, so maybe you can listen to that.
Yeah.
Maybe just somehow maybe trade another knight, so leave the knight on c4, so you can roll here and there. Yeah.
Knight minus 2 pawn.
Yeah, knight on c6. Mr. Soto.
Okay, the player, they shared a couple of ideas, but to be honest, it's a bit noisy here, and we didn't really hear what they discussed, even like which move or which moment. So maybe let's take a look at this position, and yeah, this is when white takes with another pawn. If white took with another knight on d6, leaving the knight on c4 and trading the knight on f5. And I just mentioned that now, since the knight is no longer on f5, maybe black has the idea to bring the king closer, like king e7. So this is the disadvantage of.
Yes. And the king is slightly better placed.
So maybe it's more or less equal in any case.
Possibly.
So 5 draws in the first 5 games. And maybe let's go through this game and try to check.
Yes. I'm
Critical
curious
moments.
about the computer's opinion about some of the moves we wanted. So instead of knight d2, what did the computer think about bishop d7 and c4? It actually isn't that impressed.
And what about
It wants to do it here, actually, not bishop a. It wants to do it here. And if bishop e6, he wants to take and go c4. Which means that it could have happened here. You capture and play c4. Let's try to understand the difference. If you do it here, it seems to think that... but we had this, right?
Yeah, we had this
c5,
c5
rook
and
fe8. And then what was the move we had?
we actually checked
Queen
rook
f4 maybe?
You checked rook f8, queen
Ah,
c4.
okay. So rook fd8. Oh, there's some very nice plans here. Queen e2, which is brilliant because it's going to work on the pin. And now the queen is pinning the thing, so that doesn't work. Queen e2, bishop f8. And then this rook a6. And this is very clever because what I considered was queen c4 with the same idea of rook a6, but then I was kind of slightly stuck with rook a8 because the queen continues to be pinned, and so I cannot capture the bishop. But you see that this clever way of executing this plan, I think bishop e7 is better because it protects this knight. And then rook d8 check. Yes, rook d8 check, rook d8, rook a6, no, sorry, rook a6, queen b7, and now very nice idea, queen a2, and dominating the a file. And this is still a reasonable edge for white. So, but it turns out you have to execute correctly. And what was the problem here? It doesn't want, it therefore does not want to play rook d8 because of this queen e2 trick. And it steps back, sorry, c5, he goes bishop e7, so that queen c4 can be met by rook a8. And that's more or less the conclusion right now. How big this is still another story, but to be honest, it is coming up with some very impressive plans. This is one plan he wants to do now and get the knight around. But this is obviously a very powerful machine. I liked Jan's control at the beginning, where he did not rush at all. He played knight f1, he didn't try to play knight c4, and he seemed very confident that the position is a solid edge once he gets the bishop on e3 and rook on d1. But then maybe he just faltered a little bit and the advantage dissipated.
At this moment, before rook ed1 and c4, we of course discussed it, and we thought that maybe after c4 there is bishop b4. What can we say about that?
Well, it seems to want to do both rook e1 and rook e1 it likes. And in fact, it's doing a mirror image of what we have done with black, because I wanted the bishop out of the pawn chain. The computer makes the very reasonable suggestion that it can do the same. And this bishop is better than its counterpart. So that makes all the difference. And my rook is, my rooks are on very good files, and the black rook is kind of staring at a wall. So that's just, I think it's more for us just to understand why a position we thought was very advantageous was didn't result in much. At least partially my curiosity is answered. But it's not easy to play with the precision of a computer, obviously. So, around about here, I really liked White's position, and I was beginning to think that Magnus might be in trouble, but great defense. He understood that the most passive setup actually holds quite well if you don't have any pawn breaks.
Though I don't think he wishes to repeat this position and to go there again, because yeah, there are some really nice tries. And like,
yes, it's funny, isn't it? I mean, we keep saying 3 games he has played, and at the end of all 3 games, we think, okay, but he will not repeat that anymore. But he did make 3 draws. So,
no, but he's repeating the line.
That's true, but moving within it. And admittedly, Jan switched the first time with a4, but he was ready for a second a4 game, and Magnus tried rook b8. I don't think he will repeat it, or at least I feel he will not repeat d5. It has to be something else that you do here. That's my opinion. The computer says d5 is fine, so maybe the error came slightly later. I don't know.
But in general, rook b8 is considered to be more of a sideline than
yes,
kind of a main trade.
So now we're waiting for them to reach the press room, whereupon we'll get their views on the game.
So which was like the exact moment you feel that it was closer to equality than to White's advantage?
I realized it very late. When h5, knight d6 happened, I realized the game is over. There is no breakthrough plan. But I still have this sensation that White was better before and that it should be able to do something, but it requires a lot of precision, and so I think it's fair to conclude that Jan didn't miss some big opportunity, which was
no,
self-evident,
definitely
but
not.
his position does seem to be advantageous.
I have the feeling that this transition between the middle game and the end game, like when the players reach the end game, then somehow Magnus started to be more confident. He played very fast, and he understood this deep idea that bringing the pawn to h5 doesn't really help white much. So maybe like if we want to try to find some improvement over this game, then it should be fine. It should be found in the middle game.
Yes. Also, I must say, even here, leaving aside this situation, I thought knight f8, knight e8 was kind of passive, and I felt that it should be possible to do more. Maybe the knight on f5 is a false hope, and the knight should maybe go like this to the d3 square, and try to come to this square. I don't know if it's easy to accomplish this thing. But at least that might have been a plan that still gave black some problems. Then again, once the pawn is on f6, even a knight on d3 and knight on c4, they're still biting granite. So I don't know. My feeling that black was in some trouble is not entirely wrong, but it's definitely not easy to accomplish. And black's position is much more resilient than I thought. So.
Actually, my feeling is that this is the best try from Jan's side. Well, he had maybe more chances, and according to the engine, he had even a higher advantage in the second game. But speaking about the positional advantage, well, that game was just had just a totally different picture. It was very sharp, very complicated, and this one is kind of he's pressing without taking any risks. And I think he had a great game, and this attempt with a4 and rook b8, he was once again very well prepared for kind of a sideline. He played very fast, so he knew what he was doing, and he was better up to the very end. So really good preparation.
Yes, you have to say it. It's easy when you're commentating to just take it for granted that they know these obscure lines, but they have so many lines that they have to check. And then some unusual one comes, and even in that, they just blitz out their moves. It's impressive how good their preparation is. Of course, you work very hard for the World Championship, but still, it's easy to take this aspect for granted and just think, oh, they're playing the moves very fast. It's quite impressive how deep the lines go everywhere.
Okay, and let us remind you that tomorrow we have a day off. And the players will be preparing for the next 2 games.
Next 3, actually.
Next 3 games, where it will be Magnus' turn to have 2 whites
right?
and 1 black. So what are your expectations about that? Will Magnus still try e4 and find something in Petrov? Or will he actually try maybe d4 or c4?
Your guess is as good as mine. I just feel that they have this constant tension between a known target that is maybe not very attractive or the unknown. And they keep going back and forth. But definitely a rest day before 2 white games is a big chance for Magnus to give it a good shot. He might even take some risk again, like he did in the second game, to unbalance things. And you can see both the players are up to the task so far. So Jan he looks confident, he looks happy, and that bodes well for the match.
Yeah, true. I don't know, my personal feeling is that Magnus will try d4 or c4, because he had 2 years to crack Petrov.
Yeah.
After his previous World Championship match against Fabiano Caruana, he didn't manage to do that there. Now he faced Petrov again. As he said yesterday at the press conference, that was quite expected for him and for his team, though it's not Jan's main weapon against e4. But this is the opening you have to expect in the World Championship match. So it's really very difficult to find something there, and he was much closer to get the playable and more exciting play in the Catalan. So I'm not sure if it will be Catalan again, or or maybe first move c4, though after c4 it's also possible they will have a Catalan eventually. Yeah, my feeling is that it won't be e4.
Yes, having said that, I think Magnus did have a dangerous idea against the Petrov. It's a minor variation, once again, and he had this knight h4 and g4. And because it didn't happen, we are also dismissing it a bit and saying, well, I expect, and yesterday I also thought they should maybe go back to d4. But against a less well-prepared opponent on a slightly worse day, Magnus could have won that game yesterday.
Sure.
And so it's very much a factor of the high, a function of the high level they are showing that we also don't know where the next blow will happen.
So we will have to wait 2 days to get to know this information. And Visha, what are your plans for tomorrow?
Well, I'm going to take a class like I did last time for some juniors with FIDE. And hopefully get some rest as well.
Is it recorded anywhere? Because I believe that many people would love to see it, but I think that it's not recorded.
It's probably not recorded, yes.
Okay. Like the previous one, you don't know if it was recorded or not, or it was definitely not recorded?
Well, it's a kind of special occasion for these juniors. They've been brought here and given this chance, so perhaps that's the reason they're not recording it. I don't know.
But I saw that, yeah, there were many Indians. Still not of them were from India, so it's actually for the world's best juniors. Can you say more about it?
I counted about 3 or 4 Indians and the rest from elsewhere, but I didn't ask which countries they came from and so on. So.
And what is the age?
Seemed to go up to 20, 21. So just juniors, I think, not below that. But some younger players as well.
Yeah, I saw some girls, so I think they're 12, like 11, 12, really young girls, but suggesting some very nice ideas.
I think she was here in one of these girls who came up with a lot of suggestions was here in the audience a while back. Probably she's headed off now, but I guess I'll see her tomorrow again. So, Indian girl, but very confident and had very interesting attacking suggestions, actually. She was always very insistent that her attack would succeed. So maybe that's a very good.
Yeah, let's check it again. And
yes.
Let's check it again.
Even when we said, okay, I don't think it's working, she said, no, you just didn't try enough. Try it one more time. So I like that very much. So.
I was there for a couple of minutes, and it was a really great masterclass, and I just enjoyed watching it and see the behavior of the young generation. So some of them were like very serious, trying to find some ideas. Some of them were really very active, suggesting every time some new idea and some new move. And yeah, also there was this girl whom I think I remembered better than all the others because she was so active and so confident. And like Visha said, okay, but after this line is this, and she was like, no, let's check it again because I have no idea there, so let's do it.
Yes.
It was quite funny. But it's also very, very good because when they stay without saying anything, you kind of don't understand, okay, should I show more about it? Did they understand the main idea? Should I proceed with this topic or should I change it? So it's better when people are active. It's more also interactive, and I prefer this type.
Well, it's actually a very useful quality now that you mention it, this willingness to be wrong. Sometimes people hold themselves back and think, well, what if what I say is wrong? Will I look silly? But in fact, having the courage to say what you think is one way. And if you're wrong, then you'll find out why you're wrong and you'll learn from it.
Yeah,
so it's a very healthy trait. Of course, you have the more thoughtful ones who are very serious and want to be sure. That's a different kind of skill, but I think still some balance of these skills would be nice.
Yeah, that's what actually I prefer. Like when I'm having my own lessons or master classes, that people keep on asking the questions and keep on suggesting the ideas, because this way I can understand what they actually understood and what I can explain perhaps once again or in a better way.
Sure.
Also, let us remind you that tomorrow is the Golden Jubilee celebrations for the 50th National Day of the United Arab Emirates. So I'm expecting some really big celebration here. And my plans for tomorrow is perhaps I can visit again your lecture, or at least a part of it. And in general, I would love to be back here and walk again a little bit over the pavilions, because I saw just a part of it. But this expo, this Dubai Exhibition Center, is just an amazing place to be in. It's a wonderful location. 192 nations represented themselves here, and well, it's simply amazing. I actually recommend you, Vishy, to try to walk a little bit around.
Yes, tomorrow I hope to check it out. And like you said, the UAE has been a wonderful host, so I think it's very nice to wish them a very happy 50th birthday.
Yeah, also thanks to them for holding the World Championship match here. It's great to be here. The venue is simply amazing. The playing hall is very beautiful, and I hope, well, we do really feel comfortable here, and I also hope that the players, Magnus Carlsen and Jan Nepomniachtchi, are also enjoying being here, and that the match is held in this beautiful city. Just a couple of more minutes until the press conference begins. I think the players are about to arrive to that place. And one more reminder, if you have any questions to Magnus Carlsen or to Jan Nepomniachtchi, just drop them to FIDE's Twitter, and every day at every press conference, one or a couple of questions are chosen from the audience. So you really have good chances that your question will be picked up and asked to the players. Any questions you have?
I think it'll be answered, but what were they? Was Magnus ever worried? Because I kept guessing that he might be uncomfortable. And when did Jan realize it had probably slipped away?
And what he thought about the end game? Like how big his chances were there?
Very chessy questions. I know that the other ones probably won't be answered. That's why I'm not going there. So.
No, I am sure Magnus will be asked how he spent his birthday yesterday, and how were there any celebrations. I actually guess that no big ones. He was mainly preparing and focusing for his today's game, but maybe today he will have like kind of a celebration before the rest day. And yeah, but I am sure this question will be asked by someone else.
Yeah.
You know, there was a funny question yesterday. Magnus was asked if he would share a piece of cake he got with Jan and his team. What would you answer if you were asked such a question?
I don't know. First of all, I assume they're not staying in the same hotel, so how do you get this cake over to the other place?
No, but the cake was there at the press conference, so he had a chance to...
But as Jan put it, this was not the day for gifts.
This is not the day for gifts. No, actually, Magnus Carlsen here replied that, well, at the World Championship match, when there are just two people sitting in front of each other and facing each other and fighting against each other, that in such occasions, well, the teams, they don't share anything.
Yes.
They don't give anything to each other. They don't take anything from each other, except, of course, the game's points.
Yes.
That's all they want to take.
Makes sense.
So it seems like still the press conference is not entirely ready, but it's coming, and I'm looking forward to it. We are getting an update, so not ready indeed. Okay, here we have the view from the press conference room. Morris Ashley is there. Yeah, Morris Ashley is ready, but he can't start without the players. If he could, he would have started.
Yes.
He's actually announcing something. Maybe it's about the protocol, like how it will go, how the questions should be asked. They have two places where the journalists can ask the questions to the players on both wings. There are microphones, so maybe like one by one, and also one person can ask just one question, and then if you want to ask one more, you have to wait in the line again, and if the cue comes to you, you can ask again. That's how it usually works.
Yeah.
The players are not there yet. Also, we don't have... I
I'm
think
sure
we don't
what's
have
the
an
delay,
idea.
but yeah. We have it here, yeah.
Okay, yeah, we have it, but but we also have
I
it
better
here.
tell Leonard that we won't get his message for very long.
Okay, let's see. He got your message.
Yes, his thing is going to die, but
So there is something funny happening in the press room. I wish I could hear that, but Morris just keeps on laughing. Some questions from David Lana. No. Better you sit there. At least one person at the press conference. Jan is here. Great. Jan looks a bit like, oh, I'm here? Really? Okay.
they don't walk together apparently.
Would you walk during the World Championship night?
Well, not next to each other, but sort of in the same time and in the same general direction, I would think, if you're getting to the room.
Yeah, but if it's like the next room, then yeah. But here, actually, the press room, it's quite far away.
Mm-hmm.
The playing hall is just a couple of meters away from us, but the press conference room is really far away. Like, you need 10 or 15 minutes to get there. So when the distance is a bit longer, I think it's quite normal that they don't go one after another. And on their way, I heard from both of them that they tried to ask their seconds a little bit about the game and how was it, what was the better or
Magnus is
better
there
way
now.
yeah, Magnus, all right. Great. So the
Welcome everyone to the press conference. This is after Game 5. As we all know, it was a drawn game. Photographers, please make sure that you do not obstruct the line of sight from the cameras in the back. And for the questions at the end, journalists, the 2 microphones are on the sides. Do not touch the microphones. And also, please make sure you wear a mask each time you ask a question. The first question is for you, Jan. It seemed a lot of people were speaking that you had a chance here to play aggressively on move 20 when you played Rook D1. You could have played the move C4. Did you think about this move, and why did you decide eventually against it?
Well, of course, I considered C4 as one of my options, but yeah, somehow the position was that pleasant. It was difficult to choose the type of advantage you want to see at the board. So basically, I think I had some idea of playing some knight f5, queen c1, bishop h6, but it unfortunately didn't work. Move per move, and then I believe c4 was quite principal, but I also had the idea to play c4 after trading away light square bishops. Once again, yes. So I could play this position with pawn on c5, could play this position with pawn on c3. And speaking about the endgame, I thought it's quite unpleasant, also move per move, but yeah, somehow it turned out that this passive plan exists, like just knight e8, knight f8, and I believe perhaps I could play h4 instead of knight h5, just to fix h4 and h5, without playing g4. It was probably the smartest try, but anyway, black is very solid. But yeah, speaking about c4 move, of course, it was... it deserves attention.
Magnus, you must have also seen the move c4. Were you concerned?
Yeah. I definitely considered that the main option. I thought everything else was kind of manageable. Obviously, it's always a bit worse, but it feels like my position is not going to get worse. It's only probably going to gradually improve, seeing as I have very few real weaknesses. But yeah, c4 was definitely what was worrying me the most there, and seeing Rook D1, I kind of thought that the worst was over.
You chose to be the one to deviate first in this game. Why did you choose to do that instead of play the line you did the last time?
I thought it's always good to spring the first surprise. Yeah, unfortunately, didn't work out very well for me. I think he chose a very, very good line, and yeah, I actually kind of knew that it's hard to completely equalize in this line. I thought there's limited material and fairly symmetrical, so I'll figure it out if it comes to that. But yeah, it was a little bit more unpleasant than I'd hoped.
Jan, were you pleased to see him deviate with Rook B8?
No, I wasn't pleased. I'd say, of course, you consider a lot of options for black, because basically more or less all sensible tries after a4 in Marshall are very solid. So, okay, Rook B8 is one of most solid, perhaps, but yeah, black somehow should come up with some precise moves afterwards. But yeah, I guess Magnus didn't manage to make all moves into the right order, so that's why this opportunity of c4, for example, existed. But I mean, once you see Spanish game, you already know not so pleased, yeah.
Your general feeling about the result, given the position that you had and the potential opportunities that you had?
No, of course I'm disappointed.
Magnus, same question?
No, it's okay. Obviously, I'm not thrilled with the game where I just had. Yeah, I don't think I'm. Well, unless you count Rook A2, Rook A1 at the end, I didn't make a single active move. So that's not ideal. Doesn't win you many games, but the result obviously is fine.
A lot of comments are coming in about draws. The draws, you've heard this question before. The fifth draw matters in this match overall. Do you care, or it's just another draw with the black pieces?
I think there is some magical cutoff point where draws, instead of just being normal, they become a problem, but don't think we've crossed the Rubicon yet.
All right. I will open the floor to journalists for your questions. You may go to the microphones to the sides of the room and ask your questions. And there are two microphones, so make your way to those. Yes?
Yes, one from Chess24, Global Stream. First question to Jan. You seem to be putting out a lot of pressure today. Famously, before the match, you said that maybe Magnus's fire wasn't burning so strongly anymore. He defended very well. Has these first 5 games changed your assessment of the fire situation?
Well, to be honest, I don't remember if I say something like this, yeah. But I mean, of course, he plays extremely well, and I mean, today it's basically not about him defending well, but me, using all the opportunities I had. But I mean, in general, I believe these games are pretty much tense, and despite it's all draws, we are trying to play reasonable chess.
Yeah, of course, a big fight. And similar question to Magnus. Before the match, you said that maybe Dingley-Renner-Caruana could be a bigger challenge, but after these 5 games and struggling a bit today, has that changed your assessment of your opponent?
Well, as you remember, it was pretty tough against Fabio as well. But no, obviously, Jan is a very strong player. There was nothing that I said that would contradict that.
Okay, thank you.
Mike Klein with chess.com. My question is for Jan Nepomniachtchi. Comparing today's round to round 2, when you had some chances in that game, it looks, just by judging by your body language, that you're a little more disappointed today than about round 2. Is that accurate, or was round 2 a bigger disappointment results-wise?
No, I mean, basically every time when you're given some chances and you fail to use them properly, you're not happy. But yeah, I believe today it was like a very pleasant flow of the game, and obviously I should have tried harder to, use the momentum. But I mean, in the game too, by the way, I'm not sure that humanly it was like that obvious that, every time, it seemed like, okay, perhaps Black is rock solid in an exchange up, but in fact I think White had quite nice playing compensation.
Question to Magnus. When Jan had his knight on f5, you had a chance to play h5 with the idea of g6 to get the knight out, but you went for f6, and Jan, you did not stop the idea with g4. You also played f3, and both of you were not afraid of this h5 g6 idea, or you didn't consider that as?
Yeah, that's a very, very good point. I thought concretely f3 was threatening knight takes d6 or knight f takes d6, and I could not go knight d6 anymore because the pawn was not hanging on e4, and I simply considered knight d6 to be a positional threat. I thought I needed to exchange to be able to recapture with the knight, and that's why I thought that was more important than not allowing h4, h5. And besides, I'd kind of already envisioned the fortress that I had in the game, where I just exchange one knight, put the bishop on f8, and then just do nothing. Maybe in the end game I can actually exchange rooks as well. Probably that's the case, but I just thought that I had a nice fortress there. I assume after h5 knight takes d6, I'm probably fine as well, but it would pose me different kinds of problems, and I didn't want to give him the chance to sort of change the flow of the game and the character of the position.
Thank you. Your thoughts about h5? Yeah.
No, that's I think what Magnus said is correct, and at least I thought like this knight d6, and if you take the knight, then okay, knight e7, knight e6 ideas would be very annoying. And once my rook enters the 7th rank and there is an opponent on c7, if it moves to d6, then it becomes, I would say, practically unpleasant for Black. But I mean, of course, I think there is enough resources to defend this position as well. But yeah, I believe f6 is a very smart move. But yeah, once again, I would surely love to play h4, h5 without playing g4 to cover a 4 square and also have this g3 f4 breakthrough idea. But yeah, perhaps I didn't work hard enough to find a way to proceed.
Thank you.
Ole Kristianström, VG Norway. Question for Jan Alexandrovich. A lot of people will say that you have changed your style of play since the candidates or something. Do you agree? What is your view on this? And is that the way of winning a world championship?
Well, I basically don't know what to answer because, well, it might seem that, okay, my style has changed a little bit, but in general, I'm, just as previously, I'm trying to play some good moves and, both some problems. So perhaps my opponent, feels some pressure and makes mistakes. And I guess that's it. But in general, I think that's how you try to play chess. Yeah, you try to play well. And I mean, if you play well, then you have some chances for sure.
Sean with chess.com. Question for both players. Earlier today, there was a celebration and a band and horns and drums. I was wondering how the facilities held up. Were you able to hear that inside your box?
No.
No, I didn't hear anything, and I don't think the celebration was about the game.
Wait, it was about your birthday. No, I'm just kidding. But
Hi, Jovan Joncic from VST. Magnus, a question for you. It felt like you were trying to set up the fortress that you just talked about, starting with 98. How did it feel going into that kind of a position, knowing that you will be on the defensive until probably the very end of the game?
I didn't mind. It was okay. It's perverse kind of taste to like defending these positions, but I do enjoy it from time to time. I had, as you said, I had a clear goal for what I wanted to do, and that was reach the fortress that I had in the game, and in that sense, it was job well done, and that was definitely satisfying.
Thanks.
Mike Klein with chess.com. Question is for either player. If you ever got in a position where you were unsure about a continuation and your game was done, would you want to know from your team right away what the computer evaluation was, or would your team generally hold off on letting you know? You do have quite a long ride from over the playing area to here.
Yeah, well, normally you wanna, of course, you wanna know the truth.
Right away?
Okay, why not?
Yeah, I think it depends on the situation, but in general, you're gonna find out anyway. So it's better if somebody from the team lets you know.
Hello, Jan and Magnus. Great game today, another draw. Who would have guessed? My name is Andrea, reporting from Botez Live. Magnus, I bet you're really tired of getting a lot of really complicated chess questions, but I've been dying to ask you, how does the knight move?
That's a good question. It generally moves like an L, and sometimes in blitz games it can be very unpredictable.
Thank you, Magnus. Only you could answer my question.
All right, if there, please.
It seems we moved on to human interest, so I'll just ask one final one. Magnus, I think this is the first World Championship where the water's been relatively warm. So if you had to try a water sport in your day off, what would it be?
Probably just go out on a boat and relax. Otherwise, I like what's it called? The tube, where you just sit on the back and you're dragged and you try to hold on. Water skiing is okay, but it's kind of easy. And I'm still trying to master wakeboarding. Jet skis are that's too much speed for me.
If there are no more questions, I will continue along the whimsical vein of the last couple of questions from FIDE Chess. If you want to ask any questions, you can tweet on @FIDE Chess. And King Hunter is asking a question to Magnus, but I will extend it to both players. Starting with you, Jan. Just in case you have a time traveler machine, what changes would you like to make in your chess career?
Start working earlier.
Magnus?
No, there were a couple of. I don't know. I mean, there were a couple of moments that I could have changed, but I've had so much good fortune that I don't think I would have changed anything and risked a butterfly effect.
That concludes the press conference. Tomorrow is the 50th anniversary of the United Arab Emirates. It is the Golden Jubilee. It will be a day off. Enjoy the day, everyone. It should be a fantastic festival. And we will resume the day after tomorrow at 16:30 for Game 6. Thank you, and have a good night.
Today, more than ever, when the world comes together to create a better tomorrow.
It's going to be magic.
Magic. Magic with music.
With architecture.
With colors.
Magic with celebration.
With your safety.
From here.
There.
And everywhere.
For 6 whole months, day and night.
Join the making of a new world, starting October 1st.
Hello everyone, I'm Grandmaster Alejandro Ramirez here to bring you the recap of Game 4 of the 2021 World Chess Championship between Magnus Carlsen and Jan Nepomniachtchi. Birthday boy Magnus Carlsen tried to probe his opponent a little bit with the white pieces. Let's see how the challenger defended. Let's jump in the action. The game started off with the move e4, and like last match, Magnus Carlsen tries to probe his opponent in different openings, of course. He started with d4 on game 1, which was responded with a very solid Catalan defense. And in this case, Jan Nepomniachtchi also brings an extremely solid defense to the match. He repeats Fabiano Caruana's favorite Petrov defense with the moves e4, e5, knight f3, knight f6, also known as the Russian defense, one of the most solid systems that Black can employ against the king's pawn. Also interesting to see the fact that Magnus Carlsen's team had a full match in 2018 to be able to prepare against this, was unable to find anything, and now Nepo uses it as his own weapon. Knight takes e5 was employed in this case, d6, knight f3, and we very quickly went for a very topical variation, d4, d5, and bishop d3. Black has essayed two ways of playing in this position lately. The very quick bishop e7 followed by bishop f5, and what Nepo chose in his game. The move bishop d6 has become the main line of the Petrov in the last few months, and it's no surprise that Jan Nepomniachtchi's team has looked at it extensively. Quickly came the moves castle, castle, c4, c6, rook e1, and bishop f5. This is a very solid position for Black, and White only has a few moves to try to prove any kind of advantage. Most of White's attempts look at attacking this, let's say, overexposed knight on e4, or to quickly hit this pawn on b3 with the moves queen b3 and queen takes b7. Therefore, the two main lines are queen b3 and queen c2. Magnus chooses the first, the move queen b3, which has been seen very, very commonly in this position. Now, for a very long time, it was thought that the move knight a6 was actually the only move to play here. And it was considered to be slightly dubious for the Black pieces, even though still perfectly playable. It's just that in recent developments with stronger engines, Black has been able to equalize a little bit easier with the move played in the game. Queen b3 was met with the move queen d7. Definitely not as common as knight a6, but if you see the latest games in this variation, they're all playing queen d7. All of the top players are. After queen d7, really white has only one idea, the move knight c3. Of course, the pawn on d5 is absolutely poisoned. You cannot take on d5, take on d5, and queen takes d5. Because of the common trick, bishop takes h2 check, with a discovered attack on this queen on d5. Therefore, after queen d7, knight c3 has become the most popular option. And now white has many threats. You're taking on e4 twice, which is only defended, not defended enough. You're also threatening to take on d5 in this position, which is forcing the reaction by black. Knight takes e3 is considered to be forced. Bishop takes f5, queen takes f5. And this is an interesting crossroads. Old engines back, let's say 10 years ago, thought that this was a bad position for the black pieces. They weren't able to see with appropriate depth what the evaluation of this position was, because they thought that after queen takes b7, knight e4, queen takes a8, white was able to obtain an advantage. And if you can see this position, black is down a significant amount of material. He's down an exchange and a pawn, and it seems that the compensation might not be enough. The only way to really emphasize the problem of white, which is this queen being stuck in the corner, is by playing the move queen d7. But for a while, it was thought that after pawn takes d5, pawn takes d5, rook takes e4, white was able to gain the advantage. However, lately, it's been revealed that after the move knight c6, queen takes f8 check, there's no other good move. The queen is absolutely trapped in the corner. King takes f8, rook e2. The black actually, despite still being down material, if you counted, the queen is fighting against 2 rooks and an extra pawn on the queen side, that despite this material imbalance favoring white, that black has plenty of compensation with both the moves f6, preparing the move g5, and even some engines that suggest the move g5 immediately, a little bit of a crazy move, but perhaps not so easy to refute. However, f6 is also quite good, and in this kind of positions, black is supposed to have enough compensation. The idea of expanding on the king side with the moves g5, g4 before white can coordinate his forces on the queen side and on the king side has proven to give black sufficient compensation for equality. Magnus was not interested in testing this kind of variations, instead going for the modern main line of simply taking the knight back on c3. This again forces black's reaction. The only move in this position is b6. Unfortunately for black, if you were to return with the queen on d7, then this structure, after pawn takes, is considered to be quite inferior, but also you have to watch out for moves like c5, after which the bishop simply doesn't have a good retreat. You could go to c7, there's still this trick of queen takes b7, bishop takes h2, but you don't really want to stick the bishop on c7 in the long term, and the knight on a6, where it has to go, might become stranded. Instead, after this, the move b6 is played almost exclusively. C takes d5 is also an exclusive move in this position. C takes, and the clever move queen b5 has been the subject of many games in the recent past. Some strong grandmasters have tried to prove an advantage in this position for white. The idea, c4 is a threat, taking advantage of the pin on the 5th rank. And also, the queen is quite annoying. It's not allowing black to develop freely with the move knight c6. Of course, the queen keeps the pressure on the b6 pawn, so it cannot be kicked out easily with the move a6. So queen d7 has become the main line, a4 has been played almost exclusively, and in the few games that have been played in this position, they almost always go queen takes b5, a takes b5, and the move a5. Now this endgame has been analyzed quite extensively, and even though b takes a6 seems to be almost forced, after all, why give black an extra outside pass pawn? Magnus comes up with a different idea. He realizes that playing en passant is not forced, despite what the internet would have you believe, and instead comes up with a completely different idea. After a5, he plays this cool move knight h4. Again, for a 3rd time in this match, Magnus plays a knight to the rim, not really considered top move by the engine at the beginning, trying to surprise his opponent or at least trying to breathe new life into this position. However, Jan replies perfectly. He cannot allow this knight to jump to the f5 square, where it will be harassing this bishop that doesn't have too many good squares. The bishop must stay on the d6 square. For this reason, g6 is played. And quickly, Magnus still blitzed out his opening preparation with the move g4. The idea that, first of all, you're not allowing breaks of f5 or h5, but more importantly, after the move knight d7, the knight retreats to g2, ready to exchange this bishop on f4, on d6, with bishop f4, which guarantees that the knight remaneuvers either to e3 or to f4 to attack the isolated pawn on d5. And here you see another idea of the move g4. The knight would like to comfortably stick itself on f6 to maintain control over the d5 square, but in this case, you're always going to be faced with the move g5, kicking him out of that square, and again, renewing this threat on the central pawn. Rook fc8 was played, and I think this was a clever move by Jan Nepomniachtchi. Knight f6 could still be played, and it's actually the top move of the engine, but I like the dynamic situation that Jan puts himself in after the move rook fc8. This was the first slight pause of the game by Magnus Carlsen, but after only a few minutes think, he found the best move. It's unclear if he was still in preparation or if he was still trying to find moves by himself. But after bishop f4, Black thought for a little bit, realized that there is no real choice, must take on f4, knight takes f4, and the sequence is forced. Again, you cannot reinforce the pawn on d5 with knight f6 because g5 simply kicks you out, so you have to go for it. Rook takes d3, knight takes d5, rook d3, and it's a good time to take stock. Despite the fact that white is very active with a rook on a1 already defending against the passed pawn, a centralized knight on d5, and the possibility of entering Black's position with the move rook e7, not to mention that this knight on d5 is attacking the weakness on b6, it's very difficult to prove an advantage, and I think Jan did a wonderful job of assessing this particular endgame. After rook e7, which is the only way to try for an advantage, of course you don't want to fall for the cheapo of rook d8, rook takes, knight f6 check, with a fork here on the rook and the knight. The knight must retreat, and Magnus again thought for a very long time in this position. He has the aggressive idea of knight f6 check, making that king uncomfortable on that square, or taking on b6. But unfortunately for him, the move knight takes b6 just does not lead to an advantage, and indeed there will be many endgames in which playing the move g4 actually becomes a problem, because once Black takes on d4, he is threatening to take on g4 with check. So the move rook b8 ends up equalizing. Magnus was unable to find an advantage and instead goes to the other side of the board. Knight f6 check, king g7, knight e8 check, king g8, and of course here white has the option of repeating with knight f6, immediately ending the game with a draw, but Magnus wanted to probe a little bit further. Pushes the pawn to d5, trying to get this guy all the way at the edge of the board. And of course, a powerful passed pawn that's already slightly locked up by the rook on d3. Of course, you cannot take it immediately because of the fork, but the pawn isn't really going anywhere. You could play d6 on the next move, but advancing it all the way to d7 is going to take some time, and it's going to be tactically difficult to execute. Meanwhile, Jan says, you have a passed pawn, I have a passed pawn. Let's go. a4, threatening to push the pawn simply to a2, rook b3, rook b1. Now white is on a timer. If you don't create a threat on time, I'm just going to push myself all the way down to the second rank and create real threats with the black pieces. Knight f6 check was played. The king returns to g7 and g5, creating a sort of noose around the black king. You can imagine that if white is given the time to play rook c1, rook c7, this is going to become a real checkmating threat. But Jan is not going to give that kind of time to anybody, much less Magnus Carlsen in the World Championship. a3 is played, and immediately white needs to figure out a way to deal with this pawn. You could play the move rook c1, but after a2, rook c7, which threatens checkmate in 2, with rook takes f7, king h8, rook takes h7, it's met simply with a1 equals queen check. Importantly, you don't have time as white to execute your attack. And even though rook c1 might lead to a very pretty draw, after a2, rook takes f7 check, king takes f7, rook c7 check, knight d7, and a very, very pretty perpetual. Knight d7, of course, the only move. Rook takes, king f8, knight h7, king e8, and a repetition of moves like this. Magnus decided to immediately kill the game with the move a3, knight e8 check. There's no real reason to go to h8 and weaken your f7 pawn. Black has no real winning chances. And after king g8, knight f6 check, king g7, Magnus simply forced the repetition. After knight f6 check, Jan stopped the clock, called over the arbiter, indicated his intention to play king g7, which is the correct way of claiming a threefold repetition, and the game ended in a draw. Certainly A slight probe here by Team Magnus, having an idea against the Petrov defense, but not good enough. Jan was able to resiliently find dynamic equality, and he did a wonderful job of understanding the position. The Petrov returns to the World Championship scenario after making a good appearance in the match between Magnus Carlsen and Fabiano Caruana. It's going to be Team Magnus's new nightmare yet again to find something attractive against this extremely solid opening.